with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports, that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe he knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah,
and first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through with a decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah,
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second, every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. With the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, but secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just
Oh, John, you're on mute.
trying to do 73 things at once there. Right? How are you doing? All right?
Good, thank you. Yeah, that was quite a dramatic introduction, and then a little bit of an anticlimax.
Welcome to the story of my life, my friend. Welcome to the story of my life. How are you doing anyway, Jack? I remember last time we spoke was about a week or so ago, and I think you were a little bit out of the loop on there was one story. It wasn't Wozniacki. What was it? There was a story.
Brady.
Which Brady, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, there's always a dozen or so stories. To be honest, I've done 2 shows today, and neither of them mentioned Jen Brady, and I feel a bit bad now that I haven't done so, because she actually had a pretty epic. She's had an epic couple of weeks, really, beating Ostapenko and pushing Rybakina close. How are you doing anyway? All right?
Good, thank you. Yeah, no, you're quite right. I have been a little out of the loop, so I'm doing my best to chase my tail a bit. I'm catching up a wee bit, John. Feeling excited for this one. Yeah, lots going on. So I'm good. How have you been?
Talking of loops and just checking on where we're at, I'm just turning my TV on. Is it raining in Cincinnati right now?
What could be, because I'm now getting a 4:30.
I'm not getting. I just saw a couple of messages earlier saying there might be clouds, it might be raining, and bearing in mind what happened in Canada over the last 7 days, not being a million miles away. Let's have a quick look. I'm just turning things on now. I almost went live anyway, thinking it doesn't matter if it's raining. There's still a few things to talk about. Are you recording a show later? Did you say?
I am. Yeah, I am. It's a solo effort, John. So I'll be doing a solo pod. That's fine. I'm quite happy to do a solo one every so often. Sometimes, I can indulge myself a little bit. So it works fine for me,
You
John.
know, one of the best solo artists when it comes to this gig I know is definitely Damien. Sometimes there's people trying to talk to him and he's just still going. I actually interviewed somebody recently. I won't mention it on air. I'll do it off air sometime. But I interviewed somebody recently, and I had a technical fault, and there was an issue. It was a pre-recorded thing, and I went back 5 minutes later, and he was still more or less talking. He's
Wow.
yeah, he's
My
had
God.
one of the doubts. I think it has been raining, but actually, I'm looking at some pre-recorded stuff, so maybe it is raining. Actually, yeah. Well, I'll give you an update on that in a few minutes. Maybe someone in the live chat can also does. Yeah, but yes, we're looking at Borna Cilic from a year ago, definitely, and I can tell you 2 reasons I know. One is the hair is significantly shorter, which of course could suggest he's had a haircut. But if this is the 2023 version, then we're also seeing him wear his 2022 kit. So I suspect, yes, it says raining in Cincinnati in the corner of my screen. But I also, the messages I was getting in a live chat earlier on today suggested it wasn't too serious, the rain. But I'm sure we've got a couple of things we can talk about in the meantime anyway.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So you're going to do a show later on. What's the basis of the show, basically?
It's pretty much going to be Montreal, Toronto winners, a little bit on Yannick, a little bit on Jess Pegula, and the finalists on the other side as well. Of course, Samsonova, a pretty surprise finalist, and one I've been talking about for a while. So I'll dine out on that a little bit. But it's going to be a fairly short kind of recap of how they won the titles and what they had to do to get there, what the finalists did to get there. Nothing crazy. I won't be talking about in-depth stuff like, TFO's net chords thingy winner.
What did you make of that?
It was pretty funny and a very unique situation, I've got to say, because I didn't know that. I didn't know if you ran into the singles net or the doubles net even after hitting the ball. It was fine. I didn't realise that at all. So, yeah, very surprising. Good composure as well.
Good composure, yeah.
From Fergus Murphy.
Jack, what springs to mind for me is, why do we have the doubles nets there if they are that irrelevant? And yet they are still kind of relevant if I hit the ball against it. So what you're saying to me is, if I, as part of the rules, if I run into it, it doesn't exist. Okay, still seems to me a bit silly, but fine. However, what about if I hit the ball against it? It exists then, right?
Yeah, you're quite right. It's a little bit of an odd rule. I agree. It's like a permanent fixture, right?
Why do we have them? That's my main question. What's the point during a singles match? What are they doing there?
It's easier to organize, right? You have if you're going to play doubles at the same event, then you don't have to take the net down, put another one.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot trickier things in tennis to negotiate. I mean, they going back many years with Wimbledon, of course, rushing over with the they do other things very efficiently, getting people off the court and getting the covers across. Of course, with roofs, it's a little bit less relevant, but are still so on the outside courts. I mean, surely that's can't be the only reason. Advertising space, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's Kathy in the chat's quite right. They were at the next gen finals and they don't play doubles in the next gen finals. So again, that's all I can think of. They're not advertising much on the nets normally, right? Maybe they've got sponsors, I guess, sometimes, but that just gets put at the back. And it's not normally on the net, John, the sponsor. It's normally just like ATP or WTA, right?
I see a few in the net. I think Mercedes, I think maybe in New York, have a rather prominent sign. I mean, I guess it might be Cincinnati. Actually, I'll tell you in a minute in terms of this. I'm watching 2022 final of Cilic and Tsitsipas. Boy, what a 12 months it hasn't been for Cilic. Is that the? I mean, semi-finals in Madrid. What am I missing? Anything else?
He got a quarter-final run in Rome, right? He did pretty well there as well. Okay. A couple of back-to-back at Masters level, and he was looking like he was, back in form at that point. But that's about the only two things I can think of. It's been a pretty big dip. There's not really been another notable win. And honestly, I talked about it at the time, John. He served like Isner for a week at Cincinnati, and then since then, didn't really see it ever again. So I don't know, sometimes you just catch fire for a week. Technical improvements out the window. It's just you are feeling confident. It was very odd, to say the least, because he was just serving 130 miles an hour every day without fail. And it was bizarre. Really
and
was.
But there was a bit of a narrative around that week regarding and it was more the narrative as in, like, this is a guy who's always had the potential, but he's had a lot of injury issues. In the last 12 months, though, I think he's been largely injury-free. He's certainly been at a lot of the big tournaments. He may have missed one or two smaller ones. But really, it started as soon as the US Open, because I remember going into the US Open thinking, well, if he can reproduce the form of Cincinnati, he's going deep. But I think he went out in the second round there. I'm just trying to think. It wasn't Ben Shelton. It was somebody of that ilk. Oh, Jensen Brooksby maybe knocked him out. Was it Jensen Brooksby?
That rings a bell. Yeah, I'm just double checking,
Sure.
but I think
I
it
watched
was.
it. Pretty sure I watched it, and it was 4 or 5 sets. Or
anyway, it was Jensen Brooksby, and it was straight sets. In fact,
straight sets. Okay.
Really,
I think it was, but it felt close for a while. Maybe that's the one thing.
No, you're right, because it was like one set, and then the second set there was a bunch of set points that Brooksby saved before eventually taking the set, and that kind of killed Coric in the end. It was like a 10-point or 12-10 tie break. So
yeah. So it felt exciting for a couple of sets. Okay, so it wasn't more than straight sets, but and it hasn't really been too great since. I think he had 1 or 2 good wins in Madrid, as I said. And there was, going into that match against Alcaraz, there was a chance, and I think it was 2 close-ish sets. I think the first set might have been 7-5 or 7-6 against Alcaraz in Madrid. But anyway, back to his run last year. Of course, it didn't begin with this, because that would have been his second round, but it certainly began for me in terms of where I started watching his run was when he beat Rafa in the second round. There was also a narrative there that maybe he's Rafa's kryptonite regarding the backhand down the line. We see recently with kryptonite regarding opponents, Tommy Paul and Carlos Alcaraz. Is Tommy Paul one of those players that's just going to have, he's going to be the fly in the ointment for odd players, or what's going on there against Alcaraz?
Yeah, good question. Good question.
2 wins in a row, I think. Is it 2-0 maybe? Hit the record.
2-0, yeah. I don't think Alcaraz has played him since or before the.
That was in Cincinnati a year ago as well, I think, wasn't it? Was it Cincinnati or Canada a year ago when he beat him?
Yeah, I thought it was Canada, but I might be wrong, John. I mixed them up, so I'm not sure. It could have been either.
It feels like a 2-week Masters, because you've got
it does 2 a bit, yeah.
2 1-week Masters back to back.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of either, actually, having back-to-back Masters or a 2-week Masters.
Just the 2-week stint in general. I know what you mean. It's big. It's a lot, right? It's a lot to take.
I think the second one gets diluted. It certainly felt that way with Miami this year. And then when it comes to the 2-week Masters, we saw quite a bit in Europe with Madrid, and Rome was 2 weeks as well, I think.
I think there's an argument to make that the quality of the tournament goes up, right? So I know it was a bit of an exceptional week in Montreal, but there was a lot of delays and there was a lot of matches that were getting played the next day, and that inevitably ended up impacting the final, right? And you were, and the semis actually. Rybakina as well, pretty tired against Samsonova. Samsonova then tired, having to play the semi-final and the final in the same day. And obviously, if you've got a 2-week event with the same size of draw, almost, I think it's still around the 64 actually, but you can obviously stack matches. You don't have to stack matches, and it becomes a lot easier for the players. And there was a lot of complaints about that from all of the players. Iga as well even suffered from it a little bit in the semis. So you're talking like the last 3 matches of the tournament kind of all suffered in a way because of these delays. And 2-week event, that probably wouldn't have happened.
Iga at a 2-week event had complaints of a similar but also different kind. A similar complaint, albeit a different cause, in Madrid in terms of playing late at night. So yes, I just think there's probably a way around it. I mean, there often is at week-long events, and there has been. And we're looking at the women's final in Rome, thinking to ourselves, why are they playing at 11 o'clock at night? They could play it tomorrow, for example. So there are, I think, sometimes obvious solutions. Sometimes a bit less obvious. This year in Canada was tricky, but you're right. Many of the players had very legitimate complaints, and the biggest complaint or complainer was Rybakina. Is she right?
Yeah, I think she was very. She said she was destroyed by the time she got to the semi-final. Was her words, right? Not paraphrasing. Yeah, I think she is. But then, is there an easy solution to all this stuff, John? It's kind of hard to say, right? I'm not equipped, I think, to really give a proper answer to that question, to be honest. So I would like to think there's a better way to do it, but I'll play non-cynical and say there's nothing they could have done. I don't know. What do you think, John?
Oh, oh no, I was going to say the baby's back, but it's not. It's from 2022. The baby in Cincinnati. I have got an answer for you, by the way. This is not me going, I have no clue, and I'm just going to distract.
What's the baby in Cincinnati?
There's an advert or a commercial or whatever, anyway, for an insurance company, I believe, in North America, and it has a big picture of a baby on it. You'll see it constant. If it's back this year, and I imagine it will be, for the next 7 days, you'll be watching someone serve, and behind them will be a face of a giant baby.
Okay.
You've got plenty of time to see what that is. But I remember it being a talking point on social media. I vaguely remember doing a video about it, but I was looking for it the other day and I couldn't find it. But I'm sure it's somewhere in the YouTube ether of me just doing a silly video about this baby. I think I did a little trick sort of thing where I was like, biggest talking point from Cincinnati, was it Rafa's early departure? No. Was it Borna Cilic or Caroline Garcia's surprise wins? No, the baby. And then I just went on for about a minute talking about this Gerber. I'm not going to give him too much. Anyway, it's an advert. You'll see it in the next few days, no doubt. But actually, no. So serious though. Yeah, I do have a semi-solution, as you pointed out. Maybe I'm not also an expert voice on this, but I think less tennis is one thing over the course of the year. But I know that you're also someone that loves tennis so much that when I suggested something like that, I don't think I suggested. I think you just said, the tennis was coming thick and fast during the indoor courts season almost a year ago in Europe, and you were just loving these 250s and 500s, and sometimes I think there was 2 500s in 1 week, such as Vienna and Basel and so on and so forth. I would be a fan of reducing the calendar a little bit, giving a slightly longer off season. I know the players will still possibly go off and play their exhibitions because they're so lucrative, but it's still not quite as intense as being on the tour. You're spending a bit more time at home. I don't think it solves everything, but it will mean you have a little bit more in the tank throughout the course of the year, that if there is a disrupted tournament or two, perhaps your battery levels are a little bit higher. I suspect it won't happen, though, because of financial reasons, and there's just too many parts of the world that don't get to see enough tennis anyway, and there's too many dollar signs. That means that, I would throw out the notion of losing a 1,000, for example, and probably it would be either Cincinnati or Canada. That would be one that would potentially go for me, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
and you and I are huge fans of the sport, and we're talking in these terms. So I know it's, if you're living in Cincinnati, you're going, I get that. But I also don't want a scenario, which we had last year, for example, where Carlos Alcaraz is saying, I'm not playing Rome. I think that's the best preparation. Then you've got an issue where a tour is having a tournament as huge and as historically significant as Rome, that you're suggesting, I'm not going to play that particular tournament.
We've had the last few years, I guess, without a Masters tournament. Right, we've lost Shanghai from the schedule the past few years. Didn't really make a difference, right? But no. I think you're right. It has to be an event where actually taking it out of the calendar would let players rest. This is a 2-week set of Masters that definitely would help the players to get rid of one of them, and I probably wouldn't miss one too much. But then, John, it's going to get to the end of the week and somebody like Borna Cilic wins out of nowhere, and I'll be eating my words. So it's tough to say. I enjoyed the storyline last week as well. So yeah.
I also just, when I'm as a fan as well, when you're going there, you want to see everyone fit and healthy and playing at their absolute best. So you're right. There were some storylines last week, but one of the biggest was the fact that the women's final was a non-event, arguably because of some of the reasons we've just highlighted. And there were probably one or two other matches that were less competitive, perhaps, than they should have been. So I get it that it's not just about the calendar, but I would also probably look at a congested part of the world where there's a lot of tennis tournaments, perhaps maybe in and around London even, and say, you know what, not necessarily London, but maybe sort of East Coast US as well. And there might be some parts of the world that, you know, probably don't get so much tennis. So Portugal, Estoril 250 can stay. I'm a big fan of that tournament anyway. But maybe there's other.
France has got to be the one. I mean, how many events do France run in the ATP a year?
Right.
I mean, they might be I think maybe the US, I suppose, but then France is.
Gil Gross was asked about losing a 1,000. I think he posited the idea of Paris-Bercy as being one of them.
That's like generally Paris is fairly low quality. I mean, he's got a point. I think Novak's about the only guy who comes in there fresh and fit as a fiddle, and everybody else is, you know, struggling to put together their best tennis. If something weird always happens in Paris, for better or worse, I guess, mainly for worse, I would say you get some very tough performances, basically, from a lot of the players.
There's a few other things that I would add about that tournament. There's I saw it with my own eyes for the first time and probably wasn't aware of it until last year, although apparently it's a regular occurrence, is the ceiling is a bit low. So the actual location. So the balls sometimes do hit it potentially they could land in.
Yes. And that is the only reason that Andy Murray did not convert any of his 7 match points against Kupfer a couple of years ago, obviously. Okay. Surely. That's maybe a stretch. But the Andy Murray lob is obviously, you know,
I don't know this particular point, but
no, it's not. I'm definitely clutching John.
Yeah, but I see. Yeah, I'm thinking how high this ball went. I mean, it is, but it's still one thing. There's another thing that I know Gil doesn't like. I think it's Paris-Bercy. I'm pretty sure, and I hope I'm not putting words in his mouth here, but is the camera angle he's not a fan of. Now I know that can be fixed, but there's actually a more important point, which is actually something that I experienced. There's a logistical issue with an indoor tournament that is that big, in that I think there's 2 courts available. Now, of course, you don't have a weather issue, but you do have this weird scenario of a changeover between the afternoon and evening session where people are trying to get in and people are trying to get out. And it is just a logistical nightmare that I don't know what the solution is for even. And actually, because it's tennis, it's not other sports in a way that have a bit more passion and identity and anger involved and perhaps alcohol too. You even there was a bit of not a crush, that would be, but a bit of a squeeze at times because people are desperate to get in because they want to get in and, you know, maybe 1 or 2 people might miss 1 or 2 games as a result. And certainly you're stood out in the freezing cold in very lengthy queues as I was last year. And I don't think that's the first year that's happened. So there's logistical issues about holding such a big tournament indoors where you've got so many players turning up, which of course you have more at 1,000 than you would have at a 250, for example.
It all adds up, doesn't it, to eventually or inevitably the matches maybe are a little bit lower quality. Here's one for you, John, actually, because we're still waiting, right? I think we've got 5 o'clock as the predicted time here now, so we've got a little time. Can you name a incredibly exciting match at Paris in the last 3 years?
I mean, I can, but I think the final last year was pretty special between Rune and Djokovic. No?
Yes, it was very good. Just trying to remember what match it was. Yes, that was a fantastic match. Fair, actually. Even then, though, Novak a little under par, right? He was a little worse than usual, and there might be a bunch of reasons for that.
Break up in the third, and I think it's the only Masters, I think, where he's won the first set and not gone on to win the final, I think.
Definitely right.
But there's 1 or 2 other matches that was the final of with Medvedev and Djokovic. Was that not pretty good in 21, was it? Or 21, I think?
No. Can't remember.
Where he did quite a lot of serve and volley vaguely.
Yes. That was good. I like that. Obviously, you know, Novak put on a tactical masterclass. That was pretty good, actually.
But coming back to about congested parts of the world, first of all, you mentioned France as a country, but I think, is there another city, Melbourne, London, New York, they don't have a 1,000 as well as a slam, do they?
No.
Right.
No, they don't.
But you know, I would actually go as far as losing 2. I would lose. You know what we could do? We could have Oh no, because you got 1 year Toronto, 1 year Montreal. I was going to say we could do 1 year Canada, 1 year Cincinnati, but that wouldn't work either. I don't think, in terms of the fact that obviously Montreal and Toronto is 1 year each, and I think that's quite a good way actually of keeping two cities in one country. Although they're quite close, Toronto and Montreal. I often get them confused, even though I know one is in Quebec and one is not. So one is French speaking and one is not. But I often get those two cities confused, and just to add to the confusion, they have two 1,000 tournaments there. And sometimes I'm writing or about to say Toronto WTA, and I'm thinking, no, this year it's in Montreal, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's something I think could or should be done. But I think tennis is not the only sport. I think there's other sports, soccer in particular, where I think less could potentially be more.
Yeah. I like the amount, John, and this isn't even a solution to the problem, but if I were to pitch a change in the schedule, it wouldn't be get rid of a Masters event. I would change venue, I think, because it sounds like logistics. It sounds like, you were talking about the indoor courts maybe being an issue for a small point, but it's probably not a very big argument I could make, but I love Guadalajara. I want to see a Masters event. Obviously, we've had the WTA 1000 in Guadalajara for the past few years, but I think they might have changed that up now. And I don't think we're getting that this year. I might need to double check that. But that was such a good venue. Like, there were so many fantastic fans there. The altitude makes a little bit of a difference. You get some very explosive rallies a lot of the time. Sometimes you get some ugly matches as well because of the altitude, but that's all part of the fun, I think, because it's a very fast-paced court, obviously, because of the altitude. But yeah, just because of the atmosphere mainly, it's fantastic. And Paris, the atmosphere there is big, but it's pretty toxic is the word maybe I would use. A lot of complaints about the atmosphere there for the past few years, right? So yeah, I'd go for Guadalajara. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, there's another way of also just sort of trying to keep different parts of the world is like we do a similar sort of thing we do with Canada with Toronto and Montreal of mixing it up. I don't know. Let's just say there were potentially two cities in Central America that could work. So you could have 1 year Guadalajara and 1 year, I don't know, Panama City or San Jose or just somewhere else that could potentially hold it. Mexico, of course, has Acapulco and Los Cabos as well. So there's no shortage of tennis action across the country. Yeah, but that's it. I mean, coming back though, I mean, I am expanding on the point, and I know people might be screaming at us right now, going, "Yeah, but that won't solve the problem within a week." I just think that over the course of the year, we see it in all sports that there is a battery that goes down. I mean, you mentioned it with certain players at certain times of the year, and that isn't caused by 1 week. That's caused by 11 months of tennis, basically, and 11 months of traveling, albeit in much more luxury than you and I can normally afford, I'm sure. But yeah, I would also like with the calendar to sort. I know people regarding this little mini clay court season that we have post Wimbledon. I wouldn't want to lose those tournaments. I would just like to shift them to the clay court season if possible. And I think there's a good 6 to 8 week window that Wimbledon can fall into in terms of weather and the grass and all the rest of it. So I know Wimbledon has already gone back 1 or 2 weeks over the years. I mean, it used to be very much on top of the French Open. I think, was it a week between the two? And that would have been Queen's in years gone by. Whereas I think it's now 3.
Yeah, it's definitely 3 now.
And there's no reason why it can't be 4, and then get some of those clay court tournaments such as Hamburg and Gstaad or whatever earlier, in the calendar, if you like, and make the clay court season another week or 2 longer. I'm sure there's space for that. But there we go. I spoke to a tournament director earlier. I did an interview that I'll be posting on the channel, Winston-Salem. Tournament director Jeff Ryan. We had a chat about a few different things regarding the calendar, regarding the WTA scenario. What do you think about the WTA thing with 250s right now? What is it? One top 30 player is the notion?
Yeah. So Kasatkina made a video about it, right? And that's kind of what brought it to the public's attention, because these kind of facts get kind of buried. And actually, I wonder if Kasatkina got a little bit of flack for that, because you do wonder why players don't talk about these sort of things more often. Yeah, so specifically, you just said it there, right? You can only have one top 30 player in a WTA 250 event, where the men's, there's no limit, and you get some very stacked out, impressive looking draws in 250s in the men's side. So I don't, what's the issue? I'm not really getting it, and it really impacts the lower rungs of the tours. But I know the WTA 125s wouldn't normally be attended by top players, but that is a rung of the WTA that's getting heavily affected by, I guess, a knock-on effect of these tournaments, right? And they're barely ever watched, barely ever promoted. You know, the results, people don't know them. I would struggle to name a WTA 125 champion off the top of my head right now. It's that kind of, for us as big tennis fans, you still, if we don't know it, there's no way the sort of casual tennis fan has a, you know, obvious pool of knowledge in that kind of rung of the tour. So it's a shame. It has effects, John. It has a lot of knock-on effects, and it's just another big issue for the WTA, isn't it? And getting it out there as a big consumable product.
Back to the calendar, but it is sort of semi-related still as well regarding the smaller tournaments. Would it make logical logistical sense to bring Indian Wells forward by a week or two, and Miami, if it was to stay on the calendar, Miami would also be another tournament that might be on my hit list. But let's imagine they stay on the calendar. Bring them forward by a week or two. Put the clay court season, I just see Rio in the chat, that's what reminds me. Put Rio, Buenos Aires, and Santiago back a week or two, and basically trying to flip them as much as you can. So you keep this solid hard court block, if you like, from Australia, and of course you have the indoor season that precedes that, if you like, all the way through. And then you have a solid clay court block from, I guess, sometime in March that could begin. So that way players could fly from North America to South America, staying on the same continent, and maybe keep Acapulco, but bring that forward by a week or so. Keep that in February sometime, and end of February, beginning of March. I'm sure the weather in Florida, it's outside of storms and that kind of thing, weather. And then you have a nice, smooth clay court season. And I get it that some players will be like, you know, certainly Rafa's and Novaks, etc., and other players perhaps in their 30s might well skip it, but they've been largely skipping it large parts of their career anyway. And then you have Rio and Buenos Aires as a nice build up to Estoril and so on and so forth.
Extended clay swing, right? It makes sense. And you're suggesting maybe a week between Australia and Indian Wells, right? Otherwise,
at least, probably more. I mean, what is it right now? 6 weeks between the two, something like that.
6 weeks.
Indian Wells is mid-March.
It feels like a long time, and what you've got your Rotterdam. You could have Rotterdam and stuff in between. Right.
Or just shift Rotterdam to the indoor season or something. I don't know. I think there must be a way of doing. I mean, there must be a way, because other than weather, there must be a way of making this a smooth transition, that we go from Australia to the Americas, back to Europe. You know, Asia can have that space somewhere. I mean, we don't have a lot of big tournaments there anyway, but we can keep Shanghai, I think, because of just how few tournaments occur of that nature in that part of the world. But that, I'm sure there's a way of doing it, and I think the tournaments would benefit too. I think Rio and Buenos Aires, some players, one or two more players might go there, especially if they went out early in Indian Wells, for example. You go out first week there, or Miami. You know, some people may even prioritize it over Miami. They might go, so perhaps Miami would suffer, but like I say, Miami's on my hit list anyway. But I don't know. Just have the clay court season comes in 3 parts right now. I don't think it has to.
Yeah. And thank you very much to Jane in the chat, by the way. It's very nice.
Thanks, Jane. Yes, especially as we're sort of just chugging on through right now. It's wet in Cincinnati at the moment. The prognosis is for a return in 17 minutes from now. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Jack, just so I got an idea on your timing, you're free for another hour and 15 minutes. Is that right? Yeah, cool. So, by the way, if they don't come back on at 5:15, we might just go for a lengthy break anyway, depending on where we're at in terms of topics. I have got another one though, completely semi-random, but I was thinking about it at various points in the last few weeks.
Cool.
Just before, in fact, during the first week of Wimbledon, you and I had a chat about Carlos Alcaraz and the potential for Grand Slam titles and the numbers, etc. almost impossible to judge, but very possible to speculate. And I suggested on the grass that day that he would win 10 or more. You were not convinced. This is before he won his second Grand Slam. First of all, have you changed your mind, given the fact that he went on to win Wimbledon as soon as he did in his career? And secondly, why or why not?
Yeah, not loads has changed. I guess it is pretty big, the Wimbledon title, kind of being able to step up and defeat Novak in the way that he did. But we didn't really, not really learned that much new about him. I still think I stand in the same place. I think the big reason, John, I'll just specify, is that the rest of the pack could catch up. I certainly believe in Jannik, and I think there's a lot of development Jannik has made, is making, and could go on to make, that will make him more of a contender in those matches. And specifically, that matchup is good, right? So if you're looking at his rivals, sometimes, take Steph Tsitsipas as an example, that's always going to be a very kind matchup, regardless of how that works. Take Medvedev as an example. That's looking like it's going to be a very kind matchup, regardless of how often those two players go deep in slams. But then if you've got Jannik always kind of knocking at the door, and he can announce himself as a player who can do all that under pressure, which maybe he's not quite there yet, then why not limit him to like 9-10? I still think that those numbers that the big three posted for years and years are just gross and crazy and can never be used as the benchmark. Maybe more than 10 though. I think odds on probably for more than 10. But
that's what I mean, odds on, yes. So more than 50% chance. Listen, I know what you mean regarding the figures that they've produced in terms of Grand Slams in particular. But I'm actually not talking what they've produced. I'm talking half of what they've produced, in terms of Grand Slams. I think there's another factor, which is I know one of the strongest counterpoints is that seeing repetitions of 10 or more is it's a little similar to what you've argued is actually not the norm, and if we look at it historically, that's the case. However, I actually think that what's happened in the past might be less of a norm, and we will see a few more double-digit Grand Slams, because what we saw in the past is players retiring much earlier, and sometimes extremely early in Bjorn Borg's case. Bjorn Borg, if he had managed to keep the momentum and keep the motivation, could well have gone on to win 15 or 20, rather than, what did he win, 10, 12? I'm not sure. But he reached double figures, I'm pretty sure, because he won 11 just between the French Open and Wimbledon, I think. So
it was just 11, because he never won the US or Australia.
Okay, so 11. But also players traveling as well. You wouldn't see Carlos going Australia is a bit far from me, mate, in an Aussie accent that I just reproduced for some reason. You could, of course, that flipped in for Margaret Court's figures, perhaps. But I just think that we might see quite a few players in the next 50 years do that. And we may well see 20 as being an unusual figure. But on the women's side, how many have we got in the 20s? We've got Steffi, Serena, Margaret Court, Chrissy Everett. What's she on about?
She's 18? About 17, 18, I think.
17. So certainly if we look at 15 or more anyway, which until Federer came along was unprecedented on the men's game. We've actually had half a dozen or so do 15 or more. Martina Navratilova must be well over 15. I'm not sure without checking, and perhaps I should know. So I just think that actually people going, but he's also won 2 very different slams in very different manners in a way. And he's got so many different ways of winning a tennis match and so many different ways of winning a tennis tournament on so many different surfaces. And so then, even if we then just go, you can't factor in injuries too much. We can just go, yes, he's going to, let's assume he has an average amount of time out injured. He could be above that. He could be below that. Well, we've seen in Rafa's case, I wouldn't be surprised if Rafa's is above average in terms of time away from the tour. And yet you can still win 20 Grand Slams plus. So, we can say that he's going to spend 18 months off the tour for one reason or another over the next 10 or 15 years. And then we go, he's on 2 Grand Slams already. I would be shocked, and we talk about more than a 50% chance. I would be shocked if by Wimbledon next year he hasn't added to that tally. So we're looking at 3 Grand Slams.
Yeah.
That would really surprise me. We're looking at something like an 80% chance he will add to his tally.
Yeah.
So therefore, we're 3 or more going into Wimbledon next year, and he's already a third of the way there, basically.
I have one counter to make, right? So if you look at any big three member and you put them in their slam of choice, right? You would go at any kind of moment of time in their careers, put anybody on the other side of the net, of Djokovic at the Australian, Nadal at the French, Federer at Wimbledon, you would go, these guys are the overwhelming favourite in this match. The air, the aura that they bring to those tournaments is just unarguable. I don't think we've seen that from Carlos at any tournament yet, right? The US, the chances of him defending his title, 40% maybe, not like Novak at Australia, where I'm going.
Or Wimbledon. I know he just lost at Wimbledon recently.
Yeah, Wimbledon, of course. Yeah, the new Novak, exactly. You'd still go like 70%, maybe more, that this guy's going to win the tournament again. Carlos just hasn't built up that ear for me yet, and I don't know if.
But had Rafa even done that at that stage?
No, I'm not saying. I'm not exactly. I'm not saying he won't.
Yeah.
I absolutely haven't saying that. And Rafa hadn't exactly. No, yeah, fair. Give him time. The point is, it's just too early, and I just need to be a little bit more swayed before I go all in. Basically, it's too early. He's 20 years old. He's doing so well for himself so far. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe this kind of just. He's never going to be totally solid, absolutely dead cert at 1 slam or 2 slams, whatever.
Is it less contentious to argue or suggest that he is the best player in my lifetime, or let's go your tennis watching time, which would go back? I'm guessing are you old enough to remember sort of Nadal, Federer, Djokovic at 20, or be aware of their sort of levels at that? Yeah. So sort of from the year 2000 onwards, post Sampras Agassi era, certainly, but probably before as well. It's less contentious probably to say he's the best 20-year-old.
Yeah.
On the men's tour.
Yeah, I would say so.
We can judge that right now. I mean, listen, you'll. I know Rafa was good, but
it's different. It's just different. Nadal on clay, I think, was better than Carlos on any surface, but Carlos on any surface better than Nadal on any surface. Right, I would say, and I don't think Carlos is he's obviously not a one surface player. That's the point. He's just got a very all round amazing game. But Rafa's level on clay was still just like out of this world at that age. Like there was just no arguing with it. So Rafa in his element better than Carlos, I would say. So his peak actually, I would say, was higher than Carlos's in a way, if that makes sense, John.
Yeah. A year ago, what were you thinking regarding Carlos and winning Wimbledon? So think about pre-US Open a year ago. So he'd yet to win a slam. Were you on the side of he'll win it one day, or that might be the slam that eludes him? He's now just won it, of course, but try to remember a year ago.
Wimbledon or US? Sorry, John.
Wimbledon.
Yeah, that was, yeah. I mean, I don't even have to go back as far as a year. I can go back to pre-grass season. I wasn't expecting loads. I thought he would still be finding his feet, and Carlos showed the world.
No, but in his career, the sort of question that might have been posed for Roger Federer at the French Open. I know he's a very, very good clay court player in any other era. So the question sort of a year ago wouldn't have been, will he win double figure slams? I think a more legitimate question wouldn't have been, will he win a slam? Because I think we all knew it would happen eventually, maybe not as soon as New York. And we probably never doubted that he would eventually win in Roland Garros, and we still don't doubt that one day. But I think probably of the 4 slams, the least likely at that juncture was Wimbledon. And so therefore the question was legitimate. Do you think he'll ever master the grass? And do you think he'll ever win Wimbledon? And did you? Because I said he will. I said he will. I didn't think it would happen that soon. Yeah. But I just said every single question and solution, or a question out there, he's found a solution for it. And I was very confident in his ability, Rafa-esque, to get over that hurdle at Wimbledon one day.
Yeah, no. I don't know if he pushed me. I would have just been like, yeah, it could happen. No, I'll never really say with certainty. But I did think that he could probably would win it maybe 3 or 4 years from now. As much as that, I thought it would take a long time for him to really master his serve and to really get used to the low bounce, which did cause them some issues last year. A very, very messy match against Jannik Sinner last year at Wimbledon when he lost. So, I mean, the amount he learned within the space of 5 weeks to win that tournament is staggering. It was probably one of the best achievements we've seen from any player in the last 10 years. It's amazing.
Wow. Big words there.
Yeah.
There's been quite a few interesting stuff going on in the chat in reaction to what we've been saying, and I apologize for neglecting it recently, but let's just have a quick look. Somebody not a fan of Miami as a location, just talking about the venue.
Yeah, the venue is disgusting. Trying to think of a word that wasn't disgusting.
I know I've heard one or two comments about it. And of course, it's recently moved, right?
Yeah, it's in Hard Rock Stadium now, right? So it's a stadium in a stadium. Is that the case?
Yeah. Yes, I think it is. Yeah. This one's a good one as well because a lot of actually Darren Cahill is probably one of the sort of 5 most prominent coaches, I would argue, on the men's tour at the moment. Certainly from as a pure coach, I'm sure he was a tennis player. I don't know to what level, but it's not quite the same as Juan Carlos Ferrero or Carlos Moya or Goran Ivanisevic. Where do we look at Cahill? I've seen some tweets recently. I think you and I both sort of retweeted or commented on Gil Gross's analysis of Jannik Sinner and his alterations to his serving. Do we think that Cahill is a genius, or is it a bit of both, or is he more of a guidance? Where do you stand on him as a coach, and also Jannik Sinner himself?
So one thing I would say, preceding this, is that the amount that I can't say for certain what Cahill is doing with Sinner. It's very hard to get that information. I wish I knew more. What I would say though is that Cahill has allowed Sinner to tinker with his serve over and over and over, right? Loads of little changes. He has persevered. Sometimes there's obviously if it works, you'll look like a genius. If it doesn't work, you don't look like a genius. But in this case, Darren Cahill obviously had the kind of trust in Sinner to allow him to just keep trying to find what works until eventually it clicked. And that's brave, I would say. I think that's you have got to be pretty certain of what you're doing to keep saying, or not certain of what you're doing, but very honest with yourself. Sometimes there's a stubbornness from coaches to keep trying something that they know should work when you're not paying attention to how the player, suits the technique change or whatever. And then it ends up being very messy. Darren Cahill allowed Sinner to just keep going until he found what did work. So again, if it hadn't worked, maybe I'd be saying Darren Cahill looks pretty silly, but it has worked eventually. And he's a very patient coach, obviously. There was a lot of funniness between the two of them. Did you see that, they were trying serve practice, and if Jannik didn't hit the tin of balls, he'd have to do X amount of press-ups in a row and stuff. That kind of, and a lot of the energy from the stands, obviously, in that final and stuff. I would say, yeah, the not being too stubborn and patient they're very good traits to have as a coach. So he's obviously very good at what he does.
Yeah, for sure. I think there are some people in the media as well that are big fans of his. Perhaps they were friends, or perhaps they genuinely do know that he's a top level coach. I just think in tennis, I would argue that I'm as big a fan of soccer as I am tennis. In soccer, it's a bit easier to judge the good coaches from the not good coaches. It's a bit trickier in tennis, especially if you're not super close to it. In soccer, first of all, it's a results business, but you can see so many things in soccer, at least retrospectively, that are right. I still don't really know, particularly someone like Goran. I don't know. Maybe it's just a perfect fit with him and Novak, and maybe it's great for Novak to speak to him on the day of a Grand Slam final, which is maybe the only time he maybe needs to lean on a coach and someone who's been there. I just don't know. I can suggest it's difficult in tennis. Have we seen? And also maybe there are certain players that are really good with world number 100, but Novak and Rafa and Roger are not going to listen to this guy, even if he is a really good coach, just because he doesn't have the gravitas that a Goran or a Carlos Moya would have.
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head in a way. I think comparing football to tennis, because I feel as though quite a few of us, again, I say this quite a lot because it's all down to one player. You could go onto a player's team, give them a set of tactics and strategies, me or you, John, and they might go on to win the match. But if you did that in football, there isn't a chance, surely, that the football team would win. It's a much more coach-centric game. You're coaching a whole team, strategizing as a whole team. It's very difficult to get away with having a lack of expertise in that field, where maybe it's not the same in tennis, and there's a lot of different roles coaches can play.
I think with tennis as well, there are slightly less variables in where you can go with the ball and the scenarios. I mean, just look at the size of the court compared to a football field, but also the areas in which you can go. With when the ball is coming at you, for example, you can run around your backhand, so to speak, and hit a forehand. Perhaps you got three clear positions where you serve. If you like, there's obviously different variances on what you can do with that serve, kick, slice, and so on and so forth. But the number of variables is just with 11 or 22 people on a soccer pitch is so much greater that it just makes the coaching thing even more important, but also more difficult. And I also think with tennis, possibly because of those variables, the players, we often talk about players figuring things out and being coaches themselves in a way during a match in particular, especially in the times when they didn't have the opportunity to communicate with their coach. But even now, there's not much a coach can do during a tennis match, whereas football coaches can make substitutions. They can do a dozen different things. They just so many different things that they could do. I mean, they can move players around. I mean, it's moving players around like chess pieces. Whereas really in singles tennis in particular, there's just you're kind of a coach as well. And we think about the power struggle between a player and a coach. The player's the boss, right? Effectively in football, I know we talk about player power, but the players should still not be the boss. And I think as soon as they are, things do soon unravel. So if you're the president or the owner or the chairman of a club, you've got to get your man in and you've got to give him carte blanche to do more or less what he wants with the team. Whereas it's nowhere near that the power is all with the player. And so there's so many variables involved that I actually think that, and I'm coming to something now with Carlos as well, where a lot of people on social media were obsessed with Carlos. Carlos wouldn't have won these 2 Grand Slams if rules had been different, because of course they changed just on the eve of the US Open. What's your thought on that?
The rules changing. What was the rules?
So the rules changing in terms
coaching.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, that's poppycock.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
absolutely rubbish. I mean, Juan Carlos Ferrero does actually get quite involved. Obviously, he does get pretty heavily involved. But no, I mean, Carlos easily could have not won that US Open. There was match point against Jannik Sinner, he set point against Casper Ruud. It's him that had to save those set points, match points, etc. Not Juan Carlos Ferrero's presence being there and stuff, all down to Alcaraz in a lot of ways. And I don't think the rule change made that much of a difference in the end.
I'll have a quick look at Twitter to see if there's any update. I don't know if you're familiar with anything in terms of the rain.
I'm not seeing an adjusted start time, at least, so I would assume that we're close to go time, but I don't know for sure.
Right. I'm just seeing a US Open update out, Carreño Busta.
Oh, really? That's a shame.
Not surprising, but a shame, yeah.
Of course, two-time former semi-finalist at the US Open.
And former Canada winner, because last year he won that, didn't he? So,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some pretty good comebacks recently, and I think it's less than a year since he last played, if I'm right. I think, did he play Australia this year? But it just feels as though it's one tournament after another at the moment.
Jesus, I did not feel like it was as much as that at all. That's mad.
It might have been. It might be. Did he? Maybe he threatened a comeback sometime during the clay court season and then broke down.
Last played at Rotterdam. Wow. Yeah.
Okay, Rotterdam.
Yeah, geez, didn't realise it was as long as that at all. Poor guy. Hopefully, back on tour as soon as possible. We've got Jake Davies in the chat saying no play till 6 p.m.
6 p.m. UK.
Yeah, so that is an hour.
Yeah. Oh well, if you're all right, we can stay live a bit longer, and then we'll make if we run out of stuff to say, then we'll just put a hold on things, and then I'll just leave a bit of music playing while we wait for play to resume and various other commentators to appear. There was something actually I wanted to ask you. Let's have a quick look at the chat anyway. Maybe they'll find some inspiration here. So yes, Jake there saying no play till after 6 p.m. BST. So
we could do a little preview of the players if you like that are actually playing today. Maybe
sounds good. Yeah, let's do that. So first of all, actually, let's do Berrettini Felix. I know we touched on this during a commentary recently. Felix, I remember, lost to Watanuki in Washington. I said that was a new low. I watched his defeat to Purcell last week. I thought it was a really interesting match to watch, but I suggested that was a new low for him this year at least. And I think you're in agreement on that one regarding Felix, yeah?
Absolutely. He's definitely in a very rough spot now. I think pre-America, everybody was like, oh, well, he could do this, could do that. No, he's definitely in trouble now, I would say. There was some pretty...
5 on the bounce that he's lost?
5 on the bounce, but more importantly, one of his last 9 matches won. Sorry, so this has got this streak really, bar the number 240 in Leon, has gone on since Miami, and he's losing to players that he would normally not get the win against, but I mean he's going down pretty meekly to a lot of these players as well. It's like Fanini and Roland Garros, so there was a little bit of an asterisk in that one, right? I think there was a bit of stomach upset and stuff like that. Yeah.
And it's clay and
yeah. But 4-4 to Max Purcell, and you see the numbers on return. That's the area that's been really, really poor for Felix. You know, he was serving so well last year. He's still serving fairly well this year, but at least he was able to make himself, you know, a presence on return games. This has been a pretty long streak of just not really getting involved in many service games of the opponent at all. And I think if that factor continues, he's not going to do much for the rest of the year. And it's just a little bit of confidence and maybe some of his ground strokes. I think his return game's never been great, but there's always been a little bit of a weakness in both of his shots. I think the forehand looks very good on paper, but that's normally the first shot after your serve where you've got a bit of time. When you kind of start to rush Felix and move him around on that side, it can get kind of loose. And his backhand's it has been a bit of a problem. I think people say, oh, it's solid, you know, you can keep it in the court. It's not great. He doesn't get loads of depth on it. He does struggle sometimes to stay in those rallies against the best players in the world. You know, the Medvedevs, Djokovic's on that wing. It's been a run where his weaknesses have just been exacerbated, basically, John. So it's going to take quite a lot of patching up. It's just looked very, very underconfident.
Give me some thoughts on the match today with Berrettini between the two of them, who you think will win and why. And you can also give a broader point on Matteo. I'm going to dive to my kitchen.
Yeah, I'm actually tempted to side with Matteo. I feel like his game has been a lot more polished than Felix's recently. You just look at a few of the service stats, particularly Wimbledon, obviously, where he had that run to the fourth round, beat De Minaur, beat Zverev, Sonego, all tough players in their own right, and then put on a pretty good performance against Alcaraz, gave him a little bit of a scare before losing in 4 sets. But you see the ace count, you see the service numbers. Felix's service starting to get a little bit affected by the fact this whole game is weaker, but Berrettini's still doing a great job of delivering amazing service game after amazing service game. And he had a bit of bad luck last week coming up against Jannik Sinner in the second round, right? I mean, before that, he put a really polished performance on against Barrera, who some people might underrate, but he's had a lot of good upsets this year. And Berrettini had to play a very, very tidy performance to sweep past him. I feel a lot more confident in him. I think he also feels pretty confident in his own game. All the injuries that he has sustained in the past kind of year or so seem to be by the wayside. I feel like there's no reason that Berrettini can't do well at any given tournament. You know, when he was a proper all-surface player, his serve was just that good. So I obviously the backhand weakness probably won't be that exposed against Felix because his backhand's not particularly good either. And in terms of just big service numbers, I don't see Berrettini being troubled. So Felix either wins in tie breaks, and I don't see that happening, or Berrettini wins just a break, maybe a set, and that'll be enough, which I think is more likely to happen.
I probably wouldn't be a new low for him compared to where the last 2 defeats were at, but like Jake there. Yeah, Jake, have I shown you my shirt itself? Because it actually is, man. I think Van Persie is on the back. I know Jack is not a huge soccer fan, so I won't dwell on it too much. But yeah, Jake, maybe I've shown you this shirt before, Jake, perhaps. But yes, I'm wearing a Van Persie. The last time Man United won the league, of course, and Jack will, of course, know that, being a big fan. But listen, I've got some tennis matches you'll be pleased to know on the screen that I want to hear your thoughts on. Tiafoe beat Griekspoor. Of course, it's a year ago since Tiafoe probably had the highlight of his career, getting to the semi-finals at the US Open. Are we big on Tiafoe at the moment? Can we see a repeat performance in New York? Would you be more surprised if he got to the semi-final again, or less surprised than you did last year?
Semis is such a good result at a slam. I'd be more surprised if he got to the semis of a Grand Slam. You have to beat somebody really, really good to get to the semi-finals of a Grand Slam, generally, unless you're Jannik Sinner at this year's Wimbledon.
But and he had tough. I mean, who did he have last year? He had Rafa, followed by Rublev, then obviously Carlos. You don't think that's a tough run?
No. I'm saying Jannik Sinner at Wimbledon had to beat like nobody to get to the semis.
Oh yeah.
No, well, Tiafoe
And I can't remember who played in the first 3 rounds, but there could have been a tricky one there too.
Schwartzman was a tough third round, a lot of straight sets. There was a lot of problems
a year
there.
Ago, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm absolutely saying that, Tiafoe had a very tough run to the semis. I'm saying generally very, very hard to get to the semi-final of a Grand Slam. And I just don't think it's going to happen again this year. I'm not saying that Tiafoe is that far off his level from last year. Although I will say that he is a little bit off it. He's not far, but the serving performance he put on at the US Open was phenomenal. And I don't think that's going to happen again unless he really catches fire. He will have to raise his level, John. So as it stands, I don't think it's going to happen again. I think maybe a very confident, inspired 4th round run where he loses to a very, very good player like Medvedev or Novak. Is Novak going to be there?
Yeah, Novak will be in New York. You mean Novak. Cincinnati or New York?
New York.
Yeah. Novak.
Yeah.
Novak
he's allowed in the country now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. I agree. I think that seems to be about right. He may surprise us and go as far as he did last year, especially if he manages to avoid and get a nice draw to some extent. But I think despite the fact he's obviously higher ranked than he was a year ago, I think right now in this exact moment, since probably his title in Stuttgart until now, certainly hasn't reached the peaks of the level of his tennis was in New York.
You still come up against a player higher ranked than you in the 4th round. Most of the time.
If you're 9th or if you're seeded...
9 to 16. You'll have to play... Well, if they get that far, you'll have to play a player ranked 1 to 8. And I mean, he could beat Rublev or somebody of that ilk again if it's a decent draw. But I mean,
but if it's Novak or if it's Carlos or if it's Sinner playing the way he is now or Medvedev, So it's kind of, and if it's Tsitsipas, I've got him on my screen right now because he's playing against Cilic in last year's final, where actually I felt from the tiebreak onwards he did sort of. What's the right way of putting this? Because I don't want to say he definitely didn't tank it, but there was a point in the tiebreak, and I'm going to see it in a few minutes, maybe for the first time in a year, where he just sort of stopped running, and I thought, I don't know if he wants this enough, and Cilic seemed to want it more on the day than Stefanos to me anyway last year. But so I mean, listen, Tiafoe plays. Here we go. Here's an imaginary match. Tiafoe plays Tsitsipas in the 4th round at the US Open. Who are you tipping to win that one?
Yeah, Tiafoe. But that is a crowd thing. And I do genuinely think, I think did you talk about this recently, John, where you were like, almost everything we say about Tsitsipas? Oh, no, it was on Talking Tennis. I think it was Anastasia talked about it. And she mentioned that Tsitsipas, a lot of it is never about the tennis. It's about external stuff. Well, that's not strictly the case. He's so good in Australia, he says, because of the home crowd, and you can totally believe that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
The sort of home crowd, the Greek contingent in Australia, and that's the total opposite in the US if he was against Tiafoe, where the crowd's going to be on his side. I think it makes a big difference, especially for somebody like Tsitsipas, who actually has got a very terrible record at the US Open. I don't think he's been past the third round, right? He's lost to Carlos, lost to Coric.
Lost in the first round last year, including a set 6 love.
Yes, that was to Galan, right? Daniel Galan. Yeah, I would tip Tiafoe in that case. Yeah, fair. But semi-finals, it's too big. Maybe the quarterfinals, but no further than that, surely. It just doesn't seem likely.
The other thing, though, with that completely imaginary match, but I think it does answer a couple of questions, is if Stefanos has got to the fourth round, that would be a new breakthrough for him, as you suggested in New York, and perhaps there could be a huge amount of confidence before then. But I think you're right. The crowd, I heard Michael Stick recently say that he found it really tough against Andre Agassi, for example. And it even affects you before the match. You sort of go in less confident, put it that way, even writing off your chances before you even started. So I think it can make a difference, certainly. And Stefanos is a sensitive chap, bless him. So, yeah, other matches back in Cincinnati, though, today that have yet to get underway, because I want to remind everyone that it is currently raining there. Nakashima Wawrinka. Wawrinka, I thought, was going to have a good year this year. After some of his indoor performances last year gave me hope. And I guess he sort of has. I mean, he got to the final recently at 250. He certainly had some memorable moments. I think in Monte Carlo, I saw him play pretty well at times. But maybe I thought he might have a sort of fourth round at a slam this year, and it hasn't happened for him yet.
Yeah, his big issue for me has been putting together big matches in a row. He has done it a few times. I think Indian Wells, it was a round of 16 run, right? But it doesn't sound that great on paper. But the match he won against Holger Rune in the third round, having beat two other players previous to that, even putting together a run of 3 wins in a row. John, let's just dig up the stats, because I feel like it hasn't happened for a while.
Well, he got to the final, didn't he, in not Banja Luka, somewhere recently.
He got to the final in Umag. Sorry, so I'm just talking about this year in general. Previous to this year, he did it once last year in Metz. Okay. So he did beat Medvedev. That was a big win. Didn't do it in 2021. Didn't do it in 2020. Or 2020 is pretty far back, to be fair. And actually, he did, John. So, yeah, okay. 3 wins. He manages to put 4 wins together in a row. Let's make it 4 instead. That hasn't happened since 2019 when he got to the quarters of the US Open. So it's been a long time since he put together that many performances in a row, especially on clay, where it's pretty taxing. And he was very, very close to beating Alexei in that final as well. Just came up a little short in the fight. In fact, he looked a little nervy, John. So if nerves come to the fore and that's what's losing you the match, honestly, that's a positive, because it's been physical issues for Stan, and he looks more physically fit than he did before, which is ironic, obviously, given he is aging. So he's doing well for himself, John, and he could put on a good performance against a big name at the US Open.
Yeah, I mean, so actually that in a way is probably kind of where we're at with Stan, and before you even said it to me, or as you were saying it to me, I was thinking, yeah, he sort of has a decent performance or a decent win. I think I remember the Medvedev win last year. Was it during the indoor court season, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was
October, November time, and you just feel as though there's only so many of those, if you like, and that was obviously an under par Medvedev. I would suggest. I think Medvedev did win an indoor tournament last year in Vienna, I think it was. But generally, most of last year was not Medvedev's best performances. But what you'll see with is Wawrinka is he'll have a really sort of epic match and maybe prevail and maybe won't against a top 30, top 40 player. And let's say he wins that. He just then comes up against Taylor Fritz in the next round. I think it was in Monte Carlo. And that's close, but you just sort of always felt that Taylor Fritz was going to get away from him. And even if he did get through that, he wasn't going to win a third or a fourth in a row. And that's
exactly
probably where we're at with Stan, and may always be at. Maybe there's a title at 250 somewhere for him, or even maybe a 500 in Basel. That'd be a great way to sign off. I'm not writing him off yet, but you know where we're at with his career. Any other matches? Korda Coric, I guess that's kind of interesting, no?
There's one other one as well, obviously, that I'd like to talk about. But Korda Coric first, absolutely. Korda that was such a weird performance at Wimbledon. He said himself, I fancy my chances. And then goes out to Vesely in fairly uninspiring fashion. Have we had any matches of his since then? I'm struggling to think of any. I feel like the Korda train is hard to leave because it does feel like at some point he's going to do something pretty big, but it's not left the station yet. It's going to be a while before. It's going to be a while before I'm full steam ahead. Basically, he does need a few big performances. And Coric, despite the fact he's been playing pretty badly, Korda's just so flip-floppy. I don't know. It's hard to say he's going to win that one.
Yeah, one thing about the Korda train is that, of course, it has been under repair on a couple of occasions this year in terms of injuries. And I think in Australia, Khachanov was a little bit fortunate, let's say, that he came up against Korda, who ended up getting injured. I think there was quite a few breaks, or at least a couple of breaks or so in the first set. And I think they went into the tie break. And I think that's when the wrist injury flared up, and he never really recovered fully, I don't think, until the grass court season. I think he might have played before that, but I don't recall. So let's put it like this: there's a few more excuses in his locker than I think for Felix. It's a different. If we had another 6 months of this for Korda, then we'd be at a similar juncture to where we're at with Felix. But what was the other match that you were keen to talk about?
Marin Cilic, which I did not. It might not be today.
It could be tomorrow. Oh, yeah, in European time, it could be tomorrow. Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah. Oh, okay, it's tomorrow, yeah, 5 p.m., yeah. So one of the first matches tomorrow. I was looking at the previous set of matches thinking, I wonder which one is it Safiullin against Jarry or who's the boy in the But yes, okay, yeah, sorry, yeah.
I didn't know we were exclusive to this day, sorry.
No,
I'm just looking at the draw.
Opening round is fine, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the draw and being like, yeah, Murray, Khachanov. I want to see, obviously, how that goes.
Is Murray okay? I saw him practicing serve.
He the way he's talked about it, he certainly seems to be. It's the same injury as he sustained in Stuttgart last year against Berrettini when he strained his ab, and he was kind of talking about the injury, comparing it to that one, and he said it's nothing like that one. Basically, it's not going to sideline him for ages. So if he's already back, and in the draw he hasn't withdrawn, he'll be pretty confident, I think. So it should be nothing to worry about, hopefully, and we get a match played on even terms. Fingers crossed. And I honestly, Khachanov's difficult, obviously, but he hasn't turned up at the non-slams for quite a while. You wonder if the inspiration is really there, the motivation. So
he missed Wimbledon through injury, right?
He did, yeah, of course, yeah. And before that, it was quarters, semis, not quite semis for Australia. What was semis for Australia? Was it
semis for Australia, quarters for New York, quarters for Paris, yeah. And in Paris, of course, he only lost to Novak in the quarters and took a set off.
It was semis for New York as well.
Semis last year, lost to Casper Ruud, yeah. Four sets, including like a 178 shot rally. I am tripling that in terms of exaggeration, but it was about 60 shots. But throughout the rally against Casper, I was there watching it. I just always thought Casper was winning that rally and also winning the match, and ended up. I mean, listen, a lot of my predictions don't come true, but that one ended up coming to fruition. So anyway, you fancy you do tend to lean towards slightly more to the optimism before the Murray matches. I find
that's definitely true. To be fair,
not all fans do. Sometimes they go. I mean, you'll speak to Novak fans that are talking about matches, and you're thinking, no, it's going to be fine, and they're really worried, And I empathise with that because I know how it is for me as a fan of Rafa. Sometimes you're concerned about matches, even at Roland Garros.
Yeah, let's get my kind of logical cap on. I don't think Andy actually does love playing the grinders of the tour that much at the moment. So Khachanov could be pretty tricky as a matchup. He'll make Andy run for days, which probably is pro Khachanov. But I mean, I've fancied Andy's level for quite a while. I think he can beat most players, and if Khachanov's a little stale, having not played for a little while, then I think I'm Team Andy. I genuinely am. I think so.
To be honest with you, actually tomorrow, but I'm probably going, including the late night ones tonight. Actually, there's a lot of really intriguing matches from 1 a.m. So in that 24-hour period in European times, anyway, so midnight for you guys in the UK. I mean, Zverev Dimitrov is it's two players that have reached semis of Grand Slams in Dimitrov's case and finals in Zverev's, I think. Dan Evans' recent winner in Washington, I saw him lose to Diallo last week, which was a bit of a surprise, although Diallo did beat him in a challenger earlier this year. One funny anecdote from that match that I felt, I think I might touch on this with you the other day, actually, or with somebody anyway. I said that there were moments in that match where Evans was down a set and a break, and it was getting towards the end, and Evans was celebrating like as a returner winning 30-15. So he's 30 love down, and he's a set and a breakdown, and he wins. And I just thought to myself, he's just trying to apply the more experienced fish on this course. I still believe I'm winning this match. And I think he was trying to transmit a message to Diallo, but Diallo was having none of it. It was a good straight sets win for him. But that's interesting against Musetti. Musetti's had a pretty good year, I would argue. Davidic, Fokina, Echeverry, Kecmanovic blows hot and cold. Tommy Paul blows hot and cold. And Artur Fils 3 weeks ago was the talk of the town in Hamburg for a while.
So, Humbert, who on earth is going to pick the winner from that one? That is, speaking of hot and cold, pew. Yeah, those two are just going to, who knows who wins that one. I mean, sorry, this isn't a first round, but I do want to just highlight it because Ben Shelton obviously has been the kind of, is he going to be the next big thing? Is he not going to be the next big thing? Nobody's totally team Shelton quite yet. But a matchup against Steph Tsitsipas, last year's finalist, big server, takes advantage of the backhand return with that lefty serve. This could be a pretty good chance for Shelton to do something, actually. I could see him winning that. I think that's about 50-50. 50-50. I think I'm going to stick with that.
Wasn't his first tournament in Cincinnati on the ATP Tour last year, and he had a win in the first round against someone of note? I think was Cincinnati his first tournament, Ben Shelton, on the tour? Pretty sure.
Let me confirm for you right now. It was Atlanta and then Cincinnati shortly after. So you're not
so Atlanta was his first one, but maybe he had a big win in Cincinnati. That's
he beat Ruud 3-3, and I actually remember watching it now because I remember thinking it was a very polished performance to serve, amazing serving volleys against Ruud, who hadn't done much wrong. Obviously, that was the last loss Ruud sustained before actually getting to the final of the US Open. He was very, very, very well played there. And I think, fast hard courts in America, you would fancy Shelton's chances against quite a lot of players. Definitely.
And I remember going into New York, and there was a potential second round, I think, against Medvedev. And it didn't happen in the end because he lost his first round, I'm pretty sure Ben Shelton did. So he'll be looking to improve upon that performance at New York last year. But there's 2 or 3 players that I think that went out in the first round that will be wanting to improve. One of them is Stefanos Tsitsipas, but another one is Taylor Fritz. Taylor Fritz, good year, bad year?
Good question.
He's not won a big tournament. He's won...
Bad. I would say by his standards, bad, because 2022 certainly set the bar very high.
He did.
And since then, he hasn't met those glorious highs at all, has he, really? I'm trying to think of a few big losses. There's obvious ones. I'd need to see Tennis Abstract just to remind myself of a few. But there's been stuff where I've been like, how is Fritz losing?
Australia, he lost to
Poplin,
yes. Yeah, which was a real surprise. I think I had him getting to the quarters or the semis there, actually, because I think he was back in the semis, but he had an okay draw, I thought.
And then obviously now they're all coming back. Wimbledon against Emer, losing in the 5. That's losing from 2 sets up. In fact, that's totally uninspiring. Of course, I was on Wimbledon grounds with you when that happened, so we didn't get to see it. But on paper, that's it's inexcusable, definitely, especially after reaching the quarters of Wimbledon last year. So I would say there's maybe just a few components of his game that. Here's the thing, John. I think Taylor Fritz is still the kind of guy who could get to the semis. I've not totally lost faith in him at the US Open. I just think a few things have to go right for him to get those wins. It's literally just been confidence performances that have let him down, because it's 5th sets where he's just losing. He's just getting pipped at the post. If he can kind of tap into the form he showed in Washington and Atlanta, then there's no reason he can't get to the semis. There's literally just that tiny little bit he's lost since last year. And I think inspired by the home crowd, I could see him getting that back, John.
Yeah, I think it's not too far away, although I would agree with you that it's not been the best of years. De Minaur, I mean, got to the final recently. Of course, you're going to be doing a show later on this evening, which will probably be out on YouTube later on tonight, or will it be tomorrow before you get that out?
I'll try and get it out tonight, I think, yeah.
So you're going to have a look at De Minaur against Sinner, no doubt, in a bit more detail. But De Minaur's going to be playing JJ Wolf. Potential for a De Minaur hangover from... This is tomorrow, so he's still got another 24 hours to rest up, but a potential hangover for De Minaur in terms of a 1,000 final run. And I don't think you really want to be playing JJ Wolf if you have got that hangover.
Yeah, I think he could be a pretty big thorn in JJ Wolf's side, actually. I
think De Minaur's the favourite, but...
I hear what you're saying, but I just think a lot of the percentages tip in De Minaur's favour in terms of matchup. The courts as well will really suit him. I do think he'll win that match. If probably the one after that, obviously because he's going to be against a tougher player. Cam Norrie, actually, yeah, he beat Cam in Cincinnati Canada, fairly easily. Although I do remember watching that match and Cam put in a pretty terrible performance, actually. I honestly, John, I think De Minaur's genuinely made pretty good improvements, or at least he's playing well. I don't think they're improvements per se, but he's just in a rich vein of form, and he's the kind of guy that won't run out of steam particularly easily. You know, that's what his game's built around, right? So I fancy his chances of playing Novak in the third round, but obviously Novak. He absolutely dismantled Alex in Australia.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think he'll win his first two.
Yep. Okay. Shall we switch over to the women?
Yeah, let's go for that. Yeah.
Cool. So as far as I'm aware, the first matches are due at least in the next hour or so. Although of course it's raining right now. But anyway, these are the matches I've got up on my screen. I've got Sloane Stephens up against Cocciaretto, Paolini against Kostyuk, Nev against Potapova, Venus Williams up against Kudermetova, Mukova Hadad-Meyer, Zhu Kalinina. Mukova Hadad-Meyer, is that the one that jumps off the screen for you there?
Yeah, I would say so. Mukova was pretty good against Iga, I would have said, in Canada. Hadad-Meyer still playing great stuff, although there is the potential for maybe a damp squib there. I think Hadad-Meyer was experiencing a few issues off court, and she also hard courts. I'm not totally inspired by her game on a faster court. I think she does like a grind. I would say Mukova's favourite, and Mukova could run away with it maybe. I would also say let's not sleep on Vondrousova again. I think Vondrousova getting dismantled by Goff, that is a pretty terrible matchup. And as Wimbledon champ, obviously people will be like, oh, she's losing in the first round, typical WTA. I don't think that's necessarily the case. It's a little harsh. I think she could do something pretty dangerous again here. Siniakova in the first round, that could be quite a fun one, definitely. I like those two game styles clashing. And then I'm having another little zoom through. Maybe the other one that sticks out for me is Qinwen Zheng, Sasnovich. Qinwen Zheng, unfortunately, had Drew Samsonova in the second round, who obviously was feeling the ball that week and got to the final in Canada. Qinwen won her first title very recently, and this could be the moment. We're kind of all just waiting for her to do something big. There's no reason that it's not here. You know, if she Samsonova is just the kind of player that's going to knock the racket out of your hands. If Qinwen Zheng can be the bigger hitter in most of her matchups, I fancy her chances. She's such a good player, and it's going to be a moment soon, John, where she breaks the top 20 for sure.
I said Pisa. I think it was actually Palmer that she won her first title. But anyway, we won't dwell on that. Yeah, that's very interesting. Listen, I'll come back to some of these matches. So I want to ask you a couple of questions though regarding the US Open and the women's side right now. I presume that your three favourites are the obvious three favourites. And if that's the case, what order would you put them in? If New York was tomorrow?
It's tough, John. It's tough not to.
Tough. I know you don't get easy questions on here, my friend. This isn't on the line tennis podcast where you can just ask yourself comfy questions.
Here's the two spanners in the works. Coco and Jess, the doubles pairing. Those two players are not just getting written off by me at the moment.
Okay.
I think Jess Pegula, the myth that she can't get past a quarterfinal, that there's something mental there that's stopping her getting over the line, that she's going to prove everybody wrong sooner rather than later. She's playing very tidy tennis, a lot of amazing returning, stuff that some players will just not be able to live with. I do think this could be our time, genuinely, to get to the semis, maybe at least. But I know what you're thinking, John. Does she beat one of those three players on her best day? I think she beats Iga on her best day. I don't think those performances have been fluke. She has a very...
Twice this year, right, on hard court.
And she's had a very established game plan in both of those matches. She's really, really... I know she played Pegula last year at the US Open, Swiatek, and that was not an easy match. She's really, really established herself in each and every one of Iga's return games where other players cannot do the same. And that is a huge issue for Swiatek. So I honestly, if that matchup happens, I'm not just going Iga immediately. It depends how Jess has played up until that point, and I would be tempted to side with her in that matchup, right?
But your three favourites for the tournament are the three.
For that reason, John, against the defending champion, I want to put Pegula in over Rybakina.
Okay.
I'll have a little think about that and decide if that's something I want to say for sure.
7 days. All sorts of things going on, of course.
But you got to think about the players that can defeat the favourites for the tournament. And if Pegula's got a better chance than pretty much anybody else against Iga, bar Sabalenka on a good day, which she is having less of at the moment, then Pegula maybe has to go in the mix for me.
I know where you're coming from with Pegula. I don't disagree with anything you've said, but the reason I wouldn't rank her as highly as the big three, as they've maybe prematurely been described as, is that I just wonder. I completely agree with you. I don't think, despite some of the things I suggested during Wimbledon, that she's got a quarterfinal problem. I don't think she wakes up in the morning and it's a fourth round match and she feels confident, and so she wakes up and it's a quarterfinal at a slam and feels less confident. I just think that sometimes that's been her level. Each time she's gone out at a Grand Slam, she wasn't good enough to beat Azarenka as it was this year. She hasn't been good enough to beat Iga in New York in the past, and she wasn't good enough. I don't think, I wasn't surprised, and I don't think either of us were surprised that she lost to Vondrousova this year at Wimbledon. So I don't think it's a psychological barrier. I think on occasions it's been her technicalities or her limits on that particular day have been exposed. However, I wouldn't put her in my top three favourites, even if I think you're right. Definitely, she could beat Iga. She's done it twice this year, and she may well do it again. But I would put her behind Rybakina. Even if Rybakina goes out in the second round, there's a chance that happens, or Rybakina just, she's had a start 4 or 5 months since Rome in terms of injuries and illnesses and form. But I think Rybakina could win 7 matches in a row on a hard court. She's very close, very, very close to winning in Australia this year. So this is really recent evidence, super, super close. I don't think we have any major concerns about her nerve, at least at the evidence we've seen so far. And she's won a Grand Slam before. I think that certainly helps in terms of the argument as to who. So my point is this: if you said to me, who's more likely to get to the semi-finals, you could be right. It's 50-50, one or the other, draws, form, all sorts of things. Who's more likely to actually... Can I see Jessica Pegula winning the US Open? Would that be a surprise to me? It would be a pretty big surprise. I don't see it as big a surprise. And by the way, hard court form this year, what was it? Indian Wells final, Miami win? No, Indian Wells win. She won in Indian Wells and got to the final, I think, in Miami. This is
That's right. So she lost to Petra in Miami. Yeah,
right. So we've seen a lot of very, very good stuff in the last 15 months from her.
Yeah.
You're right. The last 15 days, no. But she could have been in that final and that would have been a competitive final against Pegula.
There's been moments... there has been for Jessica Pegula as well, but there has been moments for both Sabalenka and Rybakina against some lower ranked players where Very recently, I mean, not over the course of the year where they've both had amazing seasons, where they've had moments of doubt in the games, just gone a little bit. Pegula's still the player that gets to quarterfinals, semi-finals, pretty much every single tournament she plays, right? And if she gets drawn against Iga in a semi-final at the US Open, where maybe Iga's not even guaranteed to get there if there's a big, massive hitter on the other side of the net, she's missed consistency. She is probably going to get to the latter stages of the tournament. She's going to get another bite of the cherry. And the way she's playing against Iga Swiatek consistently says she has a chance at winning that match. Higher than most probably will give her. For that reason, I can't take her out of the mix. I just can't. I feel like Elena Rybakina, Arina Sabalenka, not an absolute guarantee to get to the latter stages of the tournament. Pegula probably is. Her base level every single match is so high. Maybe I'm overrating her. Maybe I am. And on the other side of that coin, Coco Gauff, I'm going to retract that because I still am particularly inspired by her matchup against any of those players. Big hitters who can take advantage of the weaknesses in her game. Probably still not a big contender at the US Open for me, even if she's feeling really confident. So Pegula in the mix for me, John. I might revise that when it comes to official predictions day, but for now, just the way she's been playing, that's what I'm thinking.
You've surprised me a little bit by adding being as big on Pegula there, but actually you semi-answer my next question, because I probably until now and probably still say that those three that I just highlighted are slightly ahead of the rest, and then there's a group which I would put Pegula in, but you probably put her into the top group of about 6 or 7, which I think we'd be surprised if they won the title, but probably wouldn't be surprised if they make the semis. I put Pegula in that category, but the other players that I put in that category would be Coco Gauff. I'm just trying to think who else I did it. Vondrousova is in that category. Completely no idea where she'll end up or how she'll get on, but a semi-final, I don't think it's beyond her. She's done okay since Wimbledon, or at least in the 3 or 4 matches that I've seen her play.
This is to win the tournament, right? Rather than
not to win the tournament. It's just. Listen, there's 3 players that I think, as I've already laid out, that I put in the winners circle more or less. That there's a very good argument you can make for each of those 3. I agree that there's doubts about all 3 as well. Pegula, I think you've made an interesting case for, but I would still put her in the next group where I'd be very surprised if they win. But a semi-final run is certainly within their grasp, especially with the right draw. Pegula's in that category for me, but also in that category is Coco Gauff. I put Bencic in that category, funny enough. I've not seen a lot from her, but she does seem to like this part of the year. And I think New York, has traditionally been her best slam. I just looked at the top 20, and I think there was this more. I'm just going to find them now that I have in this. Yeah, Krejcikova I put in this group. No idea. Kvitova, I guess, comes in this group. I think she got to the quarters last year.
Keys, maybe Keys. That would be quite surprising.
Keys in the group, but probably the gap between Keys and say Coco Gauff is probably smaller than the gap between say Coco Gauff and that 3 that we just highlighted, if that makes sense.
How about 2 of last year's semi-finalists, Garcia, Jabeur?
I did add Jabeur, definitely, and I did add Garcia, but I haven't seen anything this year from Garcia that suggests it. But I did add her to the group that I was just writing down earlier. And I think that's where the group ended. You feel free to add Haddad Maia or Azarenka or Mukova to it, but and you've just thrown in Maris and Keys there. One of the players, the highest ranked player that's out and hasn't even been mentioned in the conversation is Maria Sakkari. I think the draw would have to be extremely kind to put her in the semis.
Just so many uninspiring performances in latter stages of tournaments, just being brutally honest.
I'm going to get my battery charged, but respond to what I've been saying.
Yeah, just saying Sakkari getting to a semi-final again would be very surprising for me. I want to throw Azarenka into the mix. I saw that from Matthew in the comments there as a surprising kind of semi-finalist, but somebody we can't really overlook. She loves the tournament. She obviously reached the final fairly recently. She Yeah, I even decided to put a little bet on her actually because her odds were so decent. I thought 66-1. That's not a crazy chance of happening. It could happen.
Azarenka, this, sorry.
Azarenka.
Yes,
but
66-1. That's big.
They're good odds. I think they're pretty good odds, considering. Obviously, she's been to the final so recently. But I would definitely agree with John. There's nobody else that's like standing out a lot. If Danielle Collins is really back, do we want to totally rule her out? Like she can get the better of a lot of different players when she's on it. So Collins is somebody maybe to keep a little eye on. Other than that, I'm still scrolling down the rankings. There's nobody obvious that's standing out. Yeah, I don't want the list to go on for that much long. Maybe Andreeva. John, is this the time for her to break out?
Well, break out. I mean, it's been a year of breakouts for her, isn't it, in terms of, obviously Madrid was the first one. Who did she beat in Madrid? Leila Fernandez.
Mm-hmm.
I know she lost Adam Meyer, and of course Adam Meyer, and they get into the semi-finals of the French Open. Well, how did Andreeva get on? She had to qualify at the French Open, and she did that. I think she beat the Colombian Osorio, I think, in her final match.
That's right.
It was a heavyweight qualifying match. I'm just trying to think, who did she lose to in Paris? I know she lost to Madison Keys at Wimbledon.
Yes, she did. We even watched a match for us live. Actually, it was really good. She beat who was it? Ziyu Wong Ziyu. That's annoying me, John. I'm afraid I can't remember, but she did make the fourth round at Wimbledon, right? Was it as far as that? Was it as far as that?
I think it was the fourth. Yeah. And then Madison Keys lost to Sabalenka, I think, in the quarters.
It was Sabalenka in the quarters, yeah. And I've got the answer for you here. It was Coco Gauff. There is no shame in losing to Coco Gauff at the French Open. So
no,
she definitely will go in as a proper dark horse. She's the kind of player that could trump a lot of game styles, but definitely prone to getting overpowered at this stage of her career. So if she does get a bad draw, obviously unseeded, then we might not see her go too far.
Are we going to see Emma Raducanu on a tennis court this year, by the way? Just one or two people asking in the chat. This year might be... I mean, she's back hitting softballs and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a Billie Jean King Cup appearance for her towards the end of the year.
I have no idea. I don't know, I'm afraid. I know the last time she played was Stuttgart back in April. That's a fair while ago now. I've got no idea how close she is to coming back, I'm afraid.
I have seen her on a practice court hitting softish balls anyway. So, we're still 3 months away, I think, from the Billie Jean King Cup. So that might be where her target is, or she might just say, I'll wait till January. Just one or two people asking in the chat. Kenin, she sort of showed a few flickers this year at various points just before going into Australia, remember, and then she lost, unfortunately, to Azarenka in the first round, and she beat Sabalenka in Rome. So there's been a few flickers of the...
That is always the match. Certainly I know when you've been talking about it, John, you've been like, she beat Sabalenka in Rome, and I don't know, I'm not that. I was never that big in that performance. It was solid, it was good, but as Sabalenka was absolutely dead after Madrid. Everything in our press conference pointed to her being exhausted, essentially. So it's hard to say for sure Kenin's going to do something big. The win against Coco Gauff I thought was pretty good. I know Coco obviously hasn't had the best year. Just remember we watched that in the pub together, of course. I thought Ken played really well. Everything she was doing was really flashy. Not the performance of her career like Annabelle Croft did it, but it was very solid and had to come through the 3 rounds of qualifying, which was equally impressive against pretty tough players, Townsend being one of them. I actually don't think a quarterfinal run totally out of the blue is very out of the question. She just has to have a pretty decent run. I think her level's been there. She's just dipped so many times as well. It's interesting because she's
playing, right? She's fit again at the moment. That's probably the other part of the question with Ken. I haven't heard anything to suggest she's not, but she probably has to go through qualifying.
Wimbledon was the last time she played. Is she playing qualifying here? I don't know. I've not seen her. No, but maybe I don't think so, John.
Then maybe there is an injury issue then I wasn't aware of. And therefore US Open has to be a doubt. I wasn't aware of that. I know I barely remember hearing from her, but I wasn't sure if she went out in qualifying because She's not been getting wildcards to the best of my knowledge either. Okay, let's give this another couple of minutes and we'll probably put the show on pause until they definitely resume in Cincinnati. Let's just have a quick look at the draw once more on the women's side. I mentioned, we've got Venus Williams up against Kudermetova. Kudermetova wasn't in that conversation that we just had about potential sort of semi-finalists in New York. One or two people might put her in that conversation, but don't know.
I don't know. She's had a lot of bizarre kind of losses. Not bizarre, but just uninspiring. Then the next day she'll serve really well, and it's a totally different story. But no, I'm not too big on her. I think she gets beaten by most players from the baseline at the moment, John. So unless she can really cover herself on serve, it's pretty much an uphill battle every time she's playing. Venus Williams, even, she'll serve well enough as well that actually could be a bit of a slog. It's tough to really be big on Kudermetova. I know you were for Wimbledon, but have you revised your thoughts on her since then, John? Or?
I mean, I don't have anywhere near the level of optimism going into this tournament, but then I haven't seen much of her since Wimbledon. I did see her quite a bit in the build-up to Wimbledon, and that fed into my thoughts that she was going to have a good run there. But I think the other thing about Wimbledon was that there was one half of the draw that was looking a bit crazy in that, I know none of us predicted, or very few of us predicted Von Duser to get to the final, but that draw was so lopsided that if you didn't think Swiatek was going to get to the final or win Wimbledon, and I didn't, then you're going to have to pick someone pretty random. And probably the least, this shows you how random it was. Probably the least random pick on that side of the draw was probably Donna Vekic. But that's still nuts in a way. It kind of shows you. And I went for Kudermetova. Other people may have gone for Pegula perhaps, or even Iga herself. But if you weren't picking Iga, you were going to have to go pretty left field.
Yeah. I'm seeing in the chat there, just very quickly, Berrettini or Felix. We'll just cover that again. I'm seeing Berrettini definitely in better form. I would say he's not put on a performance where I thought this guy's feeling nervy. His level's not a million miles away from what it was last year. Great serving. And on the flip side of the coin, Felix is kind of been a bit flaky every so often, really not getting into any return games. So chances of Berrettini getting broken seem unlikely. I would say, agreeing with Ghost there, probably Berrettini in straight sets. I think one break apiece in each set, maybe one goes to a tie break, and then the pressure's on Felix. I feel like most likely Berrettini in fairly standard fashion.
It's too close to call. I don't have the same level of optimism about Berrettini or pessimism with Felix. I really think that there's a run in Felix at some point in the next couple of months. Whether it might have to wait until the indoor season, we'll see.
Of course, he is very good on indoors. Yeah. It all stems to the serve. Any serve underconfidence he has, the certainly the toss as well, and the wind up. Anything that makes that simpler and just being very steady conditions indoors. He does love that, and he could do the same sort of stuff as last year, start to build a bit of momentum, but. Until then, with all the weapons kind of a little bit flaky, just seems unlikely to me, John. I think I am pretty low on him at the moment.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, what we'll do is we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, which will be a bit longer than that for Jack. It'll be a day or two for him. He's got to go off and do a recording, which you're going to be putting out at some point this evening, right? Regarding the two finals that we've just seen in Canada.
That's correct, John. Yeah, that's correct.
So make sure you give Jack a follow on Twitter, for example, where you can be found at, or X, I should say.
X, yes, whatever. Depending on whether or not you've updated the app, mine's still Twitter. So, yeah, check it out on there. It'll come up as soon as I can. Basically, just a little bit of an analysis of both matches and other talking points from the events, but it shouldn't be longer than about half an hour or so.
Cool. So, yeah, make sure you check that out. We will take a short break for what could be 5 minutes or it could be 20, depending on when play does eventually get underway in Cincinnati. So we'll speak to you all soon. I'm just showing a picture of Stephen Broughton from the Slice. I had him on for a couple of minutes earlier. We spoke, or I had a video from him as we look back on Canada, and also had Vivek as well on the show. So check that episode out, ATP Weekly, and we also had WTA Weekly out earlier on today. So check those shows out. Make sure you hit the like button. We could be back in 5 minutes, or we could be back in 5 hours. I have no idea. So speak to you soon, Jack. Thanks for joining us, by the way.
No problem, John. Good to be here.
Cheers, Jack. Bye-bye. So Jack is off. I'm also going to take a short break as well, but please stay tuned. If not, as soon as you see the players enter the court, make sure you tune in again, because we will not leave. This stream is going to continue. So we'll answer your questions about Rivalry and also 1 or 2 more questions about Felix, no doubt. We will resume as soon as the play in Cincinnati resumes. So don't leave us, or if you do, make sure you come back when you see the players enter the court. And in the meantime, we'll just take a short break, which, as I say, could be 5 minutes or it could be a couple of hours. But we'll see you all very, very soon. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can, and actually probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah. And
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. They just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, but secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can, and actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for an hour. And they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think the best players in the world just use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both. Mm-hmm. Now I don't know what whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah. And
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you, and that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, but secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another teammate and you cannot call for it, if you like, but there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again, in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for an hour. And they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think the best players in the world just use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second of every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. They just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, but secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another teammate and you cannot call for it, if you like, but there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again, in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for an hour. And they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think the best players in the world just use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what whether that what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like. The two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what whether that what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah, and
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second, every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. With the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty. Okay. and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can, and actually probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for an hour. And they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think the best players in the world just use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them. Yeah. So for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what whether that what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster, then than other players. That's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports, that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah. And
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. and the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. With the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what whether that what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah.
And first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct, And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest, because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing, but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove. But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. With the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
you're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know what whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah,
and first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah.
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second of every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky, and of course that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay, and you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point, and if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do, but it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah. And
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players, the other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is,
yeah,
I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second, every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like. The two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do. But it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah, and
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it, right? No hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. Everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you, and that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does. There were with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport, but secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another teammate and you cannot call for it, if you like, but there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again, in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for an hour. And they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again, and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think the best players in the world just use their tools and remember to use them.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Sorry for the delay in getting this watch along started. But yeah, after a pretty, lengthy rain delay, we finally have play started underway in Cincinnati. And of course, first matchup on grandstand is Matteo Berrettini against Felix Auger-Aliassime. And as you can see, Matteo Berrettini is up a break, 3-2. And he has game point now for 4-2. So let me just obviously pull up my stream here and take you through this match. Pretty high profile clash for what is a first round encounter at a Masters event. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Hi there, John. Sorry, of course, for the delay. I hope you don't mind that. Anyway, yeah, Berrettini is just held for 4-2. So obviously, just to give some context, this has not been a good season for either player, I would say. Although it is, the scenario is a bit different for Matteo, even though his season has been similar all in all to Felix's. Matteo has just been riddled with injuries the last couple of years, which is pretty unfortunate for someone who was a top flight player for, I would say, two of the previous 3 seasons before 2022. He was making it deep in most of the slams, and especially in 2021, he lost to just one man, Novak Djokovic. Um, and yeah, he's just been on the receiving end of a lot of injuries, and it it got to a point where in Stuttgart he bowed out, I think 6-1, 6-2 to Sonego, left the court in tears. And then he came back in Wimbledon. He said, okay, there are no expectations, having missed the tournament last year, of course, because of COVID, which was very unfortunate because he'd won Stuttgart and Queens leading up to Wimbledon. Made the fourth round, beating Sonego himself in the opening round. He beat Zverev in the third round, and what was an amazing performance from him, beat him in straight sets. And before losing the eventual champion Carlos Alcaraz in the fourth round, not without giving him a stern fight, took the opening set against him. But yeah, Alcaraz was just too good for him. So um, all of that considered, while things are looking better for Berrettini, and he is looking healthier progressively. He played in Canada, lost to the eventual champion there as well, Yannick Sinner. Um, that being said, there are quite a few points for him to defend. On the horizon, he has 360 points, which is the equivalent of the quarterfinalists' points to defend at the U.S. Open. So yeah, he would definitely want to find some form, and honestly, this couldn't have been a better opportunity than playing someone like Felix, who's just been struggling big time this season. 13-13 for the year, bowing out in the first round of the previous two slams. Most of his wins really came during the first, not I don't even want to say first half, the first couple of months of the season. Australia, Rotterdam, Doha, and Indian Wells, and since then he's just been out of sorts completely. So, and as you can see now as well, um, he is down a break, and things are not looking great. He lost early. He lost in the, was it the opening round? Yes, it was the opening round to Max Purcell in Canada. He played Washington, lost there early there as well, I think, to Watanuki. So yeah, things are not looking good for him at all, and that's seemingly continuing here as he is trying to get himself in the match. But yeah, Matteo has a decent stronghold of this opening set so far. Okay, it is game point for Felix. Would look to hold here. He doesn't want to. Last thing you want is to go down 2 breaks. Um, I would say with Berrettini, in a way, we took him for granted. The last couple of years, he was quite consistent at these big events. I mean, especially the slams. I mean, even though he was never the best of performers at the Masters level, um, this was, this was a player who was doing really well in the slams when he was healthy and when he was in form. But it sort of, even last year, made the semis at the Australian Open, quarters at the US Open. Those are the only slams he played. And this year too, we know that he lost to Andy Murray in the opening round of the Australian Open after nearly completing a 2-sets-to-love deficit comeback. Again, he was out for a while, skipped RG. Then we know what happened in the grass season. All right, Damien will be here shortly. That's nice. But I see there are about 10 or 11 people. Don't see the usual suspects in the comments yet. I think probably just not alerted by the fact that play is probably resumed. Um, but yeah, and then I think let me just pull up the head to head, but I'm pretty sure Matteo owns this matchup against Felix. If I'm not mistaken, he did beat him in their most recent clash. That was the Labour Cup. Although the two played 2 years back at this very tournament, and Felix beat him. Um, that matter much? If you ask me, no. But I share the head to head shortly. Yeah, it is 4-1 in favor of Matteo Berrettini. That lone win for Felix Auger-Aliassime has come here in Cincinnati a couple of years ago, which was 6-4, 6. Of course, Matteo won two of their matches in Labour Cup. It was 21 and 22. Um, beat him in the Stuttgart final in 2019 and beat him in the Wimbledon quarterfinals in 2021. So outside of Labour Cup, they have played in pretty high stakes matches. Um, so yeah, that definitely helps Matteo. The fact that he does have the upper hand in this head to head. There was a nice little forehand winner down the line from Matteo to go 15 love up. Would start this eighth service game. New balls as well. Yeah, I mean, for Matteo as well, it was all about going back to basics. What he is, what a lot of people would call a limited player, but his strengths are pretty damning, and he utilized them really well. Serve plus one, and that forehand. And even the backhand, he's able to mask to a decent extent, which is something maybe the likes of Stefanos Tsitsipas are not able to do really, with the backhand being the weaker wing. Matteo, of course, has a really good slice. Can definitely be exposed if the backhand's peppered enough, but regardless, he is a pretty solid player. And going back to basics, you could see what worked for him historically. What game plan did he execute that was best for him? And that is what we've been seeing recently in this resurgence of his. Oh, that's a pretty easy volley that missed from Matteo. I would say Berrettini also, he and Casper Ruud were probably in a similar category of players. Good performers at slams. Slam finalists both. Casper Ruud, obviously, three-time finalist. Matteo made that Wimbledon final a couple of years ago. It was a setup on Novak. Yeah, and has made the quarters better at every other slam. So, pretty good performer, I would say. 40-30 from Berrettini. 38% of first serves on return for Felix. Ah, there he is. Yeah, I agree. I'm pretty sure what Ghosty is alluding to is the fact that, yeah, you expect these players to. You're not surprised when they make it deep, but at the same time, you almost never pick them to win those big finals that they play. Yeah. Another player I would say who is, one would say, has overperformed or lived up to substantially beyond their potential. And that's why I actually conducted a poll recently on X, what was formerly Twitter. I have to probably say it enough times until people get used to the fact that it is X once and for all. I conducted a poll asking people to pick who amongst David Ferrer, Thomas Berdych, and Jo-Wilfried Songa is the best player. And quite a lot of people were surprised that Ferrer wasn't picked the most. For reasons I just mentioned now, I think that is why he's not. Because really he had his limitations. He was I also do want to say that he was unfortunate that while he was an exemplary clay courter, there was a certain Rafael Nadal who stood in the way quite a lot of times, both in RG and some of the other tournaments, say Barcelona, and even the Masters in Madrid and Rome. Ferrer eventually did get that win over him in Monte Carlo in 2014, but yeah, he was topped a fair bit by Nadal, and also Ferrer did beat Nadal, a fair number of times on hard courts. Um, but yeah, other than that, I still, even regardless, I think there were players who were better than him. He had to his credit, he had good matchups against some of these players. I do think he had a good positive head-to-head against Songa. He had a positive head-to-head against Del Potro, which sort of shifted in Del Potro's favor since 2016 or 17. But yeah, I would say so. There is an argument for Berdych just because of the Grand Slams. He's made the semis better at all for Songa. Semi-final at the U.S. Open all eluded Songa, although he made, I think, 3 or 4 quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. One of them he lost in 5 sets to Marin Cilic. I remember that in 2015. But yeah, that was the only time where he didn't make it. But however, he made the semis are better multiple times at each of the other 3, which is pretty darn impressive. 2 Masters titles as opposed to 1. And for me, what stands out is when you have players who are so even keeled like these 3, I would go with the metric, which is how did they fare against the best players. Songa fared amazingly against the big 3. He led Novak 5-2 at one stage just before 2011. It was 5-2 in Songa's favor. Strangely enough, he lost the biggest match that they played. That was the 2008 Australian Open final. But he was a nightmare of a matchup for Novak. And we all know what he did to Nadal in the 2008 Australian Open semis. It was an absolute demolition. What he did to Federer in Wimbledon 2011 from 2 sets down. And he also beat Novak in Australia in 2010. So he was a formidable player for these 3 guys to face, and he's beaten each of them 4 or more times. Only 2 players have beaten each of the big 3 at least 5 times. It's Andy Murray and Dominic Thiem. But Tsonga is pretty close. He beat Nadal 4 times. He beat Federer also around 5 or 6 times, I think, and Novak 6 times. Although that head-to-head became entirely lopsided numbers-wise, from 2-5 to 16-6 for Djokovic. That is quite the change. Back to this match, however. Matteo Berrettini is about to serve for this opening set. Against a pretty ragged, rattled Felix and any of the negative descriptions that you want to bring up, really. Oh, okay, thanks. I thought I digressed a bit, but just I like giving some context, especially when things are seemingly moving a little slow in the match. But there he's now getting ready to serve for his opening set. Okay, misses a forehand that he wouldn't usually miss. Sort of his bread and butter. Or I would say it is his bread and butter. Second serve, 15. That was close to being wide. Berrettini is at the net and he gets past. Loud roar from Felix. That was not a good point from Matteo. Kick serve out wide, which was all right, but he got the scoop at the net, and the volley just wasn't convincing enough and set up pretty nicely for Felix to comfortably pass him. So love 30, pretty big opportunity for Felix to get back into this match. Serve up the tee, unreturned. Fist pump from Berrettini. 15-30, that would help. Well, he would like to find maybe a couple of more like that. A couple of more of those serves. Another unreturned serve. Felix missing the backhand. 30 all. So wide, forehand from Berrettini, forehand from Felix, slice from Berrettini. Felix goes inside out, the forehand, backhand from Berrettini. Inside in forehand from Felix, forces the error from Berrettini, and now he has a break point to draw level just as Berrettini was about to serve for the set. Yeah, that was always pretty bizarre one. I think Songa spoke about it before, was it? Before the RG final when Novak was about to break the record and get to 23 slams. He always felt like each match he won against Novak since the Australian Open final, he was just increasing levels of regret because he felt like he matched up so well against Djokovic, but he didn't win the match that was the most important one. Um, oh, Berrettini saves break point. That was a clutch point. Serve out wide and then forehand inside in. And it's deuce. Berrettini is now 2 points away again from taking this opening set. Hey there, Max. We'll have Damien join us shortly. Oh, there he
Yo.
is. How's it going?
Sorry, I actually have to change it to earphones first so that you don't have the echo. Okay, should be fine now. How's it going? Fine. I've just returned from the courts. A very hot day here today. So I'm basically about to die. I was supposed to do Korda against Chorich later, but I just told John that I cannot do that at all. After long days in the sun, I basically like 11 p.m. is the max for me recently. So yeah, instead I'm gonna hop on here, and I see that this is actually the first like even game on Berrettini's serve that we've had.
Yep. I mean, Felix had a break point, which Berrettini saved, and Berrettini just had a set point, and then that's where he double faulted. Pretty bad
Ooh.
timing for, his first double fault of the match. And I see my stream's a little behind because the score says it's advantage Berrettini. Oh, here we go. The jokes about my internet again. Oh, nice.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know where you are, but I've just seen that rally that made Berrettini get the advantage.
Mm-hmm. That just got over.
Yeah. So basically, we should be around the same, and yeah, the scoreboard is probably just a
Yeah.
little bit faster. Hey Nurlan, hey Ghosty, hey everyone. Should I ask you about Świątek? What sort of question do you want to ask me about Świątek? Fire away. Oh, we also had someone new, I guess. Yannick Sinner fans. I'm not sure I've seen that name in the chat yet. Rooting for a Matteo victory.
Mm-hmm.
But not yet, I guess, as this long, deep Felix return
Yeah.
actually saves them. Yeah, this is kind of huge for Felix, right? Like just getting any win on the board and
Yeah, I mean,
more
and
play time.
honestly, he couldn't have
Mhm.
had a worse first round match against
Yeah,
someone who's 4-1 in the head to head against him. Although Felix got his only win against Matteo here 2 years ago, that's looking a lot different now, just because that was when Felix was sort of having his breakthrough. He made the quarterfinal in Wimbledon. He's coming off that incredible run, and of course, Berrettini is not one who's performed the best at these Masters events. And oh, that was a pretty good forehand from
yeah.
Felix there, inside out.
Forehands like
I
that can get him there.
Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't tell if that was in or wide because there was no celebration from Felix. There was just a stare at the
He's
line.
focused on
So,
the job. He's focused on.
hmm
Yeah, but at the same time, taking a breakpoint is going to be hard if Berrettini's. Oh, actually,
yeah,
this
I
was a
mean,
lead. Okay, this was a lead.
wow.
Never mind.
So yeah, that like I mentioned, that was his only win against Berrettini, and then he's
Yeah.
lost four. So
Yeah, I
not
guess
the
the
and
Laver Cup matches, like, are we counting these, first set tiebreakers? But yeah, still, of course, yeah. And just in general, a player who's underranked at the moment, but obviously of that top
Mhm.
10, top 15 quality.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's sort of a nightmare season for Felix, right? 13-13 in the for the season. Win loss 15 the race. I think 14 in the rankings, but would we would much rather look at where he is in the race, where it's a much better indicator of how well a player is playing during the season. And Berrettini is another set point here.
And this one he will take easy +1 forehand, and then Felix never gets it back over the net. Yeah, so another lost set.
Pretty
How long has
huge,
it
yeah.
been since he won a set, actually? Because he hasn't won a match since Lyon, right? So he hasn't won a set, I guess,
Since the
since
Wimbledon
Wimbledon.
first round,
Yeah,
yeah.
since Wimbledon.
Uh, yeah. Did he win the first?
Checking that, he actually won the second set in that match.
Yeah, I think it was the second set against
Yeah,
Michael Moe.
yeah,
Hasn't won the
exactly.
set since.
And before that as well, that loss to Fonini. Yeah, in general, just since Miami beating Yamas Ruiz and Monteiro in Miami as well, which also isn't a great win, obviously. Just that
Mhm.
Indian Wells run, that was basically his last decent
Yep.
moment.
Yeah, I was
So yeah,
mentioning at the beginning of this watch along that most of his wins pretty much came in the first couple of months of the season. Australia, Indian Wells, and also before Indian Wells, Rotterdam and Doha, where he made the quarters and semis. Yeah, just nothing has taken off for him since. And I think he had some injury woes as well
yeah.
during the clay season. But
Yeah,
When did he last
and
win a match again?
Llamas Ruiz in Lyon. He
Oh,
won a match against Pablo Llamas Ruiz and then withdrew before the quarters against Fees. Yeah, that was
that's pretty long
obviously
time.
not really a main tour level opponent just yet. Potentially
Mhm.
he'll get there to the top 100 like a year or two, but definitely doesn't paint a great picture for Felix. And you can like we can keep saying that Watanuki, what a tough opening round draw, for basically everyone. Purcell, great slice, very unique style. Then you have Berrettini, where one of the toughest unseeded players in the draw. But this is already 3 times, right? And like we can probably find reasons like this for
That's
every
true.
single match that
Yeah, that's
anyone
true.
loses. And yeah, just how long can it continue? Of course, he's still very much very much capable of winning this. I've only watched one game and it was pretty good from Felix actually. So
Yeah, that was actually the only game that was good anyway, because he he was just not uh, not at the races until now, from what I watched. And this was the only close game on Matteo's serve
yeah.
so far. And here's a comment from Ghosty. Got 99 problems on Michael Stick. One.
I only see one comment from Nurlan, which is interesting because he said he should ask you about Świątek, and then there's another comment from him, which kind of starts as if something came before, but I only see that one about she kind of exposed Iga's still existing weakness, lack of ability to absorb pressure of her forehand. Plus,
Well, I think
Pegula's
she's
forehand
talking
is
about
extremely underrated.
Pegula.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pegula probably.
yeah.
In
Then
a
there's a
way,
comment here, like, yeah, Pegula's forehand is
yeah.
extremely under.
But at the same time, can we really judge anything based on this match? Where Świątek was obviously very tired and not really at anything close to her usual level.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
So many breaks of serve also in that match. Like, it was comical, really. Um,
Ghosty, we understand your hip hop puns. They're just they're funny in a way where you kind of smile at them, but they're not funny in a way where I laugh out loud. But that Jay-Z, that 99 Problems pun was a little better, although
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's been a long time since Felix won a match this year, or just on tour. Um, yeah, I do remember even his wins. All of his wins were ugly. The from what I remember. There was
This
that
year you
match
mean, or
against this year. This year.
okay, okay,
There was that Pedro Martinez match in Indian Wells. Remember, he
uh,
needed like 15 or 16 break points to break
yeah,
back in the opening set, and then even the Australian Open, he nearly got bageled by Pospisil before he won. Um, almost lost to Tommy Paul, who was down match points. I remember he also played against Cerundolo in the previous round in Indian Wells, and he nearly blew a double break lead in the second set. So yeah, none of his wins has really been clean, even when he has won.
yeah.
And
And surprisingly, he actually played a very decent match against Alcaraz in
yeah, he
Indian
did.
Wells, right?
He did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that
And
was the
I don't, even though
last.
he was 3-0 in the head to head at the time, I don't think we really expected him to win, considering the
Yeah, yeah.
conditions. And Alcaraz's form and level that tournament. Sunshine double as a whole, really.
Yeah, beating him at US Open via retirement and then twice in the indoor season, that's not
Mhm.
really anything close to
Here's
Indian
another
Wells,
comment
definitely
there
not.
for you.
You're just making excuses right for Iga right now. I'm absolutely shocked. I'm more so making excuses for Pegula, rather than Iga.
Right.
I think. I think that's mostly what I'm doing. Well, I don't think Pegula can really expose her or any other top players, honestly.
I don't think so
So
either.
Yeah.
Just even their match at the United Cup, it seemed pretty clear that Iga was off color, and they played. Where did they play again? Dubai, was it? Oh no,
Doha.
Doha,
Yeah.
where wasn't really close.
Yeah. Slow court, definitely more suitable for Świątek than Toronto or Montreal. But still, yeah, I'm mostly making excuses for Pegula, I think, rather than Świątek. But yeah, Twitter is X. Yeah, no one calls it that. But I noticed that they're like completely trying to like remove all names that are connected to Twitter. Like, retweet is not called a retweet anymore. It's repost or
Yeah,
yeah, just any other thing like that.
it's funny in the notifications. It still mentions, oh, it's this, whoever
Okay.
reposted your post, retweeted your tweet or liked your tweet. That's something they
Oh yeah,
haven't
you're
changed
right.
yet, probably.
You're right. Yeah.
But then, or even the website address, I think it's now turned into x.com. It's no longer twitter.com. So yeah, it's only a matter of time before Twitter's completely wiped off the map, so to speak.
Yeah. And then we are still going to call it Twitter for like the next 2 or 3 years, which is when the new users are going to come in, and then they're not gonna even remember the Twitter era.
Yep.
Am I just underestimating Pegula because she's not tall? I'm mostly underestimating her because like she has a pretty bland play style. She doesn't really have like a leading shot, and when she plays top players who are on top of their game, there's basically not much that she can do. But she has of course earned her top 4 spot with that insane consistency that she has. Now also 2 big titles, which some of the sort of legends that we are remembering from maybe the previous years, from like a decade ago, they don't have that. So yeah, I mean, you're very right that most of us, yes, are absolutely underestimating Jessica Pegula, and I am among that group. I have to admit that. Yeah.
I mean, I do share a sentiment. I don't find her play style to be very enterprising, and it's not something I wouldn't watch her matches when she's not playing some of the very best.
Yeah.
To be very honest, but yeah, I mean, kudos to her for just being consistent. Anyway, she's made, I think, quarters or better at almost every big event this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she's basically made
Slams
quarters or better at almost every event that she played this year.
every event.
I think it's
period.
like 10 out
Right.
of 13, I think. So yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
She lost in Rome, right, early, to Taylor
Yeah.
Townsend. That was
I
probably,
think a lot of
and also
even
the French.
Sabalenka also lost to Kenin in her opening match in Rome. So I think Rome
Yeah.
was kind of, in a way, odd. I mean, we did get that Świątek Rybak in was it the semis? Yeah, semis. Yeah, it was the semis.
Quarters.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
quite bizarre because War was looking like a pretty easy win for Iga. Ended up like that. And yeah, what was it, 3 retirements for Rybakina to the title, but nonetheless, that's why I was a little disappointed. I wanted to see that matchup in the Montreal final again.
Yeah. Or even against Samsonova playing like this. But I guess if if the whole situation ended up just like it did, and if Świątek beat Pegula, it still would have been a fairly easy win for Świątek on Sunday, just because Samsonova would have been tired as well.
Yeah,
just like she was
they played in
real
Dubai.
life.
I watched that match live, and it was a blowout. It was 1-0 for Iga.
I was not expecting that at all, especially after Samsonova was the player who pushed her the closest, right, in the whole 37 win streak. And
yep,
and yeah, then they play in Dubai, theoretically courts that Samsonova should like. But I guess the whole season from Samsonova is kind of tough to understand. Big run in Abu Dhabi or whatever it was, blowing match points, and then nothing for a few months, and right now back to why everyone thought that she was going to be the next top 10 player.
Yep.
We are talking a lot about some some top women's players, but that's also because nothing really is happening so far.
Here's a comment from. I mean, I live here, so there's that. I mean, obviously, Ghosty's joking, but um, Cotton Eye Joe. That my God, I'm reading this song everywhere I go on
Yeah.
X. Of course, they played that song at the trophy ceremony. They just had to, right?
Oh, they did. Okay.
Yeah, they did
that,
apparently.
I didn't know that, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, although in general, Cotton Eye Joe should never be played under any circumstances, but like in this particular moment, I think it was pretty perfect.
I'm
And I
not
think
sure
after
what this means. um, I'm glad they let you in. Care to elaborate? Then I can answer that question. Not a question really, but just try to understand what you're trying to say from that. But anyway, do you see any way back for Felix here?
the parts of the match that I saw so far, I mean, clearly he is doing pretty okay. Serving well and found a few of these bigger forehands that maybe have been a little missing from his game, at least the confidence to try to go for it. His ground game looked kind of biteless against Watanabe and Purcell, you could say. So maybe that's a bit of a start. Then again, it's also a different matchup for sure. Two players without backhands.
That's true. Yeah, Felix himself, not the best backhand, but still a better backhand than likes of Berrettini, Tsitsipas, Watanuki, and
yeah, but then doesn't have the slice, right? And Watanuki has a backhand. Ghosty says Dubai is a country in the Middle East, which is pretty interesting. But I think he noticed his mistake, saying lower down that Africa is his favorite country.
Yeah, I mean, Africa is my favorite country.
They should have played Toto Africa at during the match and during the trophy ceremony. That's a much better song. Still overplayed, but still a much better song than Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah. There was one song that was overplayed. Obviously, I studied in the US, but yeah, when I'm during my time there, people were obsessed with this one song. It's called "Hooked on a Feeling." I think you've heard of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and
it was on a soundtrack of like something, right? Like that's how it got famous, I think.
Probably,
like
yeah.
Famous again. Well, maybe famous again. Maybe it was something like Guardians of the Galaxy or something like that. I didn't actually watch it. I just know it was on a soundtrack.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I do remember it was in some big movie, but of course, something as big as Guardians of the Galaxy and just
living on a prayer, says Max. There was a tournament. Just I can't remember where it was, but I've been to a tournament where living on a prayer was like played every single. I think it was Cagliari this year, and like every single changeover, it felt like they're playing living on a prayer. And I was joking about it with the ATP photographers.
In Dubai, they played one song over and over again during changeovers. It was Dua Lipa's "Don't Start Now." Or
yeah, I know that one. Yeah, that's the one with like a great bass line.
Did I just get cut off there?
Yeah, I did. I was just saying that that I know the song you're talking about, and that has a great bass line, and that was really all. Hi, Alina. Anything else? Oh, and Nurlan was talking about Pegula. Sorry, I find her consistent compact ground strokes a lot better than someone like Sabalenka or Ostapenko or Kvitova. Yeah, I mean they can easily be ball spraying machines, as you say. But at the same time, how many big titles do they have, and how many Pegula has? I guess WTA 1000s, right? And like at least in theory, there's no reason why Pegula wouldn't be winning WTA 1000s, right? On the Grand Slams. On the WTA side, there's no difference virtually. There's like one more match to be played, and that's really it. So maybe it's just like a certain different type of focus, but also the fact that, you know, when these players like Ostapenko, Kvitova, Sabalenka, when they are actually not ball spraying machines, but when they actually have like great day, a great fortnight, they're kind of unstoppable for opponents like Pegula. But you know, it's super possible that that Pegula actually finds it, I think, in like a Grand Slam, and the draw opens up. Why not?
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's interesting how like there's, apart from playing that one extra match, maybe there's just no difference. Maybe two extra matches in some tournaments are not 2 weeks long or 10 days long. There is no difference. So is it just mental that some players they get nervous? Oh,
Yeah.
after I'm playing at a Grand Slam, even though it's the same format, and except for, okay, there's a 10 point tiebreaker if the third set goes to 1. But yeah, it's just strange
Mm,
that Pegula has just not made it past the
the
quarters in any
quarters,
of these
yeah.
matches.
She's lost like 7 quarters or something like that. I
Yeah,
mean,
and
she
I was even
basically
more
has a
surprised that you lost to
Rublev record.
Vondrousova from being a point away from.
Yeah, she basically has a Rublev-ish record, I think. That's basically the thing with her. What viewing do you mean, Elena? One of the streams that I did commentary, one of the matches that I did commentary for, or the WTA 125? Because I'm kind of struggling to compare Berrettini Auger-Aliassime to what I saw at the WTA 125. I'm not really sure how to do that. And there's also some mention about Paolini owns Shihari is out. Should I add him? No, he is out. Yeah, and Kostiuk, Paolini. That's a surprising one for me as well, guys. I get it. Kostiuk recently started working with Sandra Zaniewska, by the way, a Polish coach who is like, I don't know, maybe like 30, so a very young coach. She stopped playing professionally and then started coaching like Petra Martic, Alice Cornet. Great story because she was like younger even than them. But yeah, looks like not a great start to the partnership. The 1 to 5 experience, as Elena says, hard to compare, but it usually seem to that. You know, I'm definitely enjoying the matches this week in Kozerki more. Unfortunately, men's tennis just definitely interests me a lot more, and we have a breakpoint for Felix Auger-Aliassime as well.
Yep.
So we should definitely focus on that instead of chatting random stuff. But you know that's the
Yeah.
beauty of these streams.
I know. Um, Even when you have a not so interesting match, sometimes you still have a good time somehow.
Yeah,
Was oh okay, that
I
serve
think
was
that's
in.
okay. Yeah, I thought it was a double fault too, but Felix really should have this one. Will he
Yeah, and
though?
he does.
He
Oh, that
does.
was a huge roar from Felix.
Yeah.
And finally, Matteo was right in front of him. Obviously he couldn't get that drop volley back. And Felix is just there. He just goes ballistic. Let me try to get a screenshot of that if I can. Just tweet it.
Yeah, you mentioned his lack of reaction earlier. This definitely wasn't
Yeah.
that. This was finally a roar, and you see how much this means to him, I guess. So Felix 3 holes away from finally winning a set for the first time since Wimbledon.
Oh my god. Now that you put it that way, that's just nuts.
I mean, when you think about it, it's just the third match. It's not the end of the world, I guess. But for a player who has like this sort of ambitions and goals, it is kind of the end of the world.
Yeah, that's true. A player who we know is what he's capable of, essentially. That
Well,
is,
yeah, like he's
I
capable of in indoor hard conditions.
yeah, I know. And that's the first thing everyone says. This is like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a caveat to what you say, indoor hard courts. But yeah, I can't disagree either, can I? So, um,
Yeah, like if we're thinking about him potentially showing us that he can win big titles, probably hasn't happened yet, outside of course Paris. Like, I think if he was less tired in Paris last year, he had a very serious chance of winning that one, but
Yeah, I don't know
otherwise
what
he
happened there in
hasn't
Paris.
come
Was he just
close.
injured or was he tired?
Oh well, it wasn't that awful, right? He just lost to Runa in the semis, so
Yeah,
nothing.
and yeah, he was just outclassed thoroughly by Fonini. And yeah, again, yeah, you could say okay, Fonini, not
No,
a
I was
good
talking
first
about
round.
Paris indoors,
Paris.
right?
Okay, never mind. Last year
Yeah,
when he lost to Runa. Okay, yeah, I
yeah,
was
yeah.
wondering.
That's what I was
Hmm,
talking about. Yeah,
fair,
in
fair.
Paris this year, I'm not sure. Probably he was still struggling given the fact that he withdrew in Lyon.
Hmm. Let me. Okay, so it's 2 game points. There's the reaction.
Look at
Oh,
it.
not this again.
Yeah, but should we do the same about his height? Should we do the same about his height? I mean, I've stood next to John. I honestly cannot remember how tall he is, which means he must be somewhere around mine. Because I don't remember him being taller or significantly taller or smaller. So I think there's not as much of a mystery here as well. Like, he probably wouldn't lie about his height, and he clearly doesn't want to tell us how old he is. So we can probably say that age, weight, could be the parts that he might be lying about. There's also one more thing that I don't feel like I should say. What's in my head right now, but that's a thing people lie about too.
Um,
Yeah. No, don't tell me you did that. Follow Damien on X?
I tried to
No,
change up the banners. I mean, um,
no. Oh,
I mean,
this is so wrong. This is so
if it
wrong.
helps, I did that for me as well. Not that it matters.
No,
I
no, no.
mean, who,
Yeah, it wasn't
who
about
from the
me.
who
It
exactly from the
was
comments is on Twitter? I know Ghosty is definitely not on Twitter, unless
Ghosty
Ghosty is
doesn't
John
have an
himself.
account, but he's stalking us sometimes. He has said that before. So,
Ah,
um, but he doesn't have an account. Yeah, but I know Elena is on Twitter. Nudlan is on
yeah,
Twitter as
Elena.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely a few guys here are. So yeah, I guess they know what it is, but yeah, that's the people actually call it the new name. No one calls it that, and it's like even very tough to
so
include it in
we're up to date.
sentences.
So
What are you doing? Like, once upon a time I was tweeting, and now I'm Xing. No, no, no,
posting on
no, no.
X.
Yeah, posting on X. No, that's never gonna happen, Elon Musk. At least not with me. At least not until, as I said, like the new users come in. We have not seen John Silk and Dominika Cibulkova in the same place at the same time, as far as I know. Although it is possible that once upon a time at Wimbledon they might have bumped into each other somehow, but I don't know anyone who would have saw it. I wonder what's the connection though, because they don't really seem that similar to me. But yeah, Ghosty has a lot of creative ideas, I guess.
Of course he does.
Anyway, Berrettini 1-4
Just
down
changing
in
up
the second
the-
set. Yeah, 76 minutes so far, and wow, looks like Auger-Aliassime will be looking to get at least one more break. He is jumping into that backhand return, getting the error, playing very freely right now, and that's giving him a good chance to put even more pressure on Berrettini.
Maybe it's a little better if we keep it this way because obviously live scores are gonna be ahead.
I mean, I'm not looking at like I'm either looking at the screen or at the stream. So like I'm either looking at the stream of the match or at our stream. So for me, it doesn't really make a difference. But if it changes anything for you, then
There's
keep it that way. Xing away. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Oof. Okay. Yeah. X. No. I think a lot of us know this, but something about Elon Musk and X. One of his kids named X-112, something like that. I have no idea. Tesla Model X, SpaceX.
Yeah.
I think PayPal was also called X or something like that before.
Funnily enough, I think the best thing about Elon Musk is his ex-wife.
Wow. Um, that was a good one.
I seriously think that though, but yeah, the pun also landed decently.
Mm-hmm. Did.
We see some stats on the screen about the first serve percentage, which apparently has gone down from 76 to 36 for Berrettini, the set, and
Oh.
he is also going to have to start from the second serve here at 15:30. So that's a bit of a clear way of showing us why he's having so much trouble right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Felix needs this win big time.
Yeah.
He just cannot lose.
Ooh.
Okay, that was a not a very good miss
Yeah.
from
The
Felix.
point itself until like that shot was pretty great though. And
Yeah, it
but
was.
yeah,
And he had Berrettini where he wanted him to,
yeah.
but
His backhand survived like the initial onslaught. Then he actually had Berrettini slicing. But that slice was pretty nasty though. Lots of side spin and couldn't really run around it. So fairly all.
thoughts on the Tsitsipas Shelton. I personally think Eubanks would have been maybe, but tougher. But then again, I think about how this matchup would play out, and Shelton's kick serves are nasty. When I mean nasty, they really are nasty when they work. And this guy, and then also want to watch out for those early returns that he's deploying when he's chipping and charging, or just sort of approaching the not exactly like Saber, but he's taking the forehand on the rise and then he's at the net. He did that quite a bit against Carlos, who was under some pressure in that match, but then he did wriggle out of in straight sets. But he implemented this yesterday from what I watched against Eubanks. Um, so yeah, I
Um,
think it's probably gonna be
yeah.
tricky for Steph.
Yeah, generally speaking, he does struggle against big servers, especially
Big
ones who can
servers,
target.
Bar, Isner, and Zverev, I guess.
Yeah, but also like ones who can target that one-hander really easily, and
Yeah.
Shelton should be able to with the lefty serve out wide, but then at the same time, Shelton has not been that strong recently. So, but yeah, Eubanks, Shelton, these aren't opponents that Tsitsipas wants to see in his second rounds. Definitely not. Ghosty was asking about that Elon Musk's kid's name, and I think it's like, well, I tried to Google it, and sorry if I mispronounce it, but it's XAA12. XAE A12. I don't know, something like that. Google that yourself because I don't really have a clue.
Yeah. My guy Ghosty is in the comments while we're watching Titian Berrettini and Felix asking about Elon Musk's kid's name. But,
Would you guys be happy
anyway,
if
okay, I think
Alcaraz would have put a whopping on Federer before he retired? Me as a Federer fan, as someone who started watching the sport because of him, no, definitely not. Uh,
yeah.
yeah, hard for me to put myself in like someone else's shoes. Um, I don't know. I guess in general, I am kind of happy when Alcaraz thrashes one of the big three, which hasn't really happened yet. So, but I guess I would be. I just want to see change of the guard. And this goes for Rune, this goes for Sinner as well.
Yeah, guys,
Um,
make sure to check out Damien and Vanch's podcast, the Iga and Carlos show, if I'm not mistaken.
tennis, I think they got Carlos tennis show, but yeah, thank you for the shout out. Yeah,
Yeah, I
if
mean that
if
you
you want to
mentioned it.
do check it out. Actually, we should have recorded an episode after Toronto and
Mhm.
Montreal. I mean, I guess potentially we're not going to do that, and maybe we're just going to do it after Cincy now. Vash is kind of busy. I'm kind of busy, so. But yeah, it's going to be there soon. It's going to be there soon. We're both on site, just at different places.
Right. Right. Wait, where are you right now?
I'm in Kozerki or Grodzisk Mazowiecki. Now this event basically has two names. This week it's a challenger. Last week it was a WTA 125. So.
Oh, okay. What's the time there now?
It's in Poland, so it's
okay.
just
So I guess
9 p.m. Yeah.
Right.
Carlos and Arthur Fields may meet in the third round. I actually didn't check that. The last dance. Interesting.
That is finally a good pun from Vosti. Let's follow
the
along.
Previous ones are pretty decent too. There's also Max saying that Carlos and Arthur Fields may meet in the third round. I actually didn't check the draw after the qualifiers were lined up, so I didn't know that. I'm still kind of unsure, like whether Fields will be good in Cincinnati. I know he's qualified and like looked great, but at the same time, his forehand is like the spinniest on tour. So this is really that good in Cincy? I don't know. And they were already expected to meet, right, in Queens round 1, and Fields withdrew.
Yep.
That backhand from Auger-Aliassime was like barely over the net, but yeah, then he finds the pass
from Felix
2 shots later.
I am missing the Djokovic Felix matchup. I do think the 2 times that they played, it was really good encounters last year, and of course Laver Cup Felix did beat him.
Laver Cup. I was thinking, what's that second match you're talking about? Yeah, okay. Laver Cup.
Laver Cup. That was when Novak was up to break in the first set, lost it, and then Felix took it 7-6, 7-6.
Yeah, that was the loss that everyone we weren't simply sure whether to count it in all these stats. Towards the end of the year, Novak was on like an insane win streak, or winning 20 of his last 20 something matches.
He lost just 2 matches on tour from losing to Nadal at RG since then till the end. Now looking back on that, of course, people will like to do some revisionism and say, "Oh, if Carlos was there, it wouldn't have happened." But that's why I do want.
He was there for the most part.
Funny thing is they didn't play the same tournament for, I think, except for
Paris.
2 of them. Yeah, Paris, Wimbledon, Paris.
Yeah,
they didn't play the same tournament anywhere else.
Yeah, so it's just like that Djokovic wasn't at the US Open, right? It wasn't Alcaraz not being there. And then I guess
like what people were asterisking Alcaraz's US Open when he didn't have Djokovic, but I guess.
Yeah. And then Djokovic didn't have Alcaraz at the ATP finals, I guess. So it evens out,
Exactly. And Australian Open where Carlos didn't play.
Yeah.
Of
course, for very different reasons, but
yeah, it's true, and I'm glad we don't have to have such a discourse again. But anyway, it is game point for Felix for 5-2.
That's interesting about Julia Grabber and Arthur Fields playing mixed doubles together.
Oh,
what's what? I mean, Fields' son in French. Is that something that Ghosty is referring to? I don't know. And grab her, as in grab her. I don't know. Do we count UTS? No, I wouldn't. And
no, I'm not.
The format is just so weird. I don't think it really counts as either match.
It's like when tennis and top trumps meet or something like that. Like, it's just, it always felt odd. Funnily, there was this game, it was Tennis World Tour 2, where it was something similar where you could deploy some cards during the gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
something similar, with UTS.
Well, maybe someone finds it funny. I mean, go ahead, but just don't say it's real tennis. Like that's
Yeah,
basically my only
exactly,
point.
exactly.
Um, yeah. Anyhow,
But
we are
yeah,
still.
Patrick Moratoglu thinks
Mhm.
that the average age of people watching tennis is 60. So
Yeah, that's obviously
uh,
BS. Like it's not very young, but it's not 60. Like
it's not 60. No, it's definitely not 60.
I guess the average age of a tennis watcher could be the age of John Silk, and so that way we'll never know.
Oh my god. This teasing is just never going to end without giving anyone the answer. Is that a double fall? Yes, and it's break point for Berrettini.
Do you know that balls question from Nurlan, by the way? Do you know the
Hmm?
answer to that? Because I'm.
Mm, I actually don't know. I think historically they've used pen balls here for the U.S. Open Series. If they've changed to Wilson, then yes, that means um, the Wilson balls are usually heavier. That's been the case at RG. A lot of players were complaining. Players like even at the Australian Open. I think I don't know if they're using Wilson balls there or was it another. I think they were Wilson balls. Or was it Dunlop? Yeah, it's similar kinds of balls where they're fluffing up really quickly, they're pretty heavy, and players are sort of complaining, and there are there's some talk about how that sort of added to or that contributed to Korda's long-term wrist injury. So yeah, probably. I don't know if that's the case. It doesn't seem like it, but I'll have to look it up really. My knowledge, they haven't changed. Yeah,
Yeah, no one really understands that.
yeah,
And
that's
and
true.
of course, lots of players have complained. Like I don't know, Ash Barty, for example, right? Famously poor records at the U.S. Open compared to the rest of the
Yeah, we
slams,
have.
and
But speaking of focusing on tennis, we are trying really hard to focus on this match.
yeah,
Uh, Another break point here for. Oh no, it's game point. Sorry for
game
Felix.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
backhand
just
was just punished
just really
ruthlessly.
passive, loopy down the middle, nothing really on it.
Yep.
First player who gets the inside out forehand usually wins the point. And
Mm-hmm.
in this case, it was definitely the case. Yeah, still kind of hard to see, the potential Grand Slam champion in Felix in this match. Of course, you know, I'm not expecting him to be in his late 2022 form, but just watching that, he doesn't really look special. Well, is basically what I'm saying. Which is pretty funny because up until this year, he was basically looking special every single year of his career.
He has low 1600 points, upwards of 1600 points to defend. I just did the quick math. From after the US Open till the end. So there's 1,000 points in titles, two 250s, and a 500. 360 points from Paris, where he's defending semifinalist points, and 200 points from winning a round robin match in Turin,
Yeah, and
which
that's
I guess you
dropping for
wouldn't
sure.
really. That's dropping anyway, yeah. So outside of that, so close to 1,500 points. That was, yeah, precise, yeah, close to 1,500, including all of the other results. Felix finally holds, so it's 5-2, and Berrettini will serve to stay in the opening set.
Yeah, I guess like the easiest way, to look at where he would be ranked right now, like without all of these points, is just the ATP race, which is about 50th, 54th right now
Yep.
live. So, it's not exactly the end of the world, but it is pretty harsh. And also, most of these points would be defended in the first half of 2024. So, it's not like he would
Yeah.
have any leeway there and like any option to be weaker for a couple of months. He would actually have to start well right away.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, dropping to somewhere outside the top 30 would be brutal and kind of inconceivable for us, considering what we've seen from him the last couple of seasons. Um,
Yeah. It definitely seemed like he would be, no matter what, staying in that Grand Slam seeding range. Yeah, no, I would have to read more on that. I honestly couldn't tell you. I just remember that was different balls for the U.S. Open Series for the women's, and a lot of players complaining about that, but um, the exact specifics have kind of got lost in me. So and of course we never really got the answer why that is. And yeah, anyhow, just one hold away from his first set since Wimbledon. We'll keep saying that. Maybe Berrettini will actually get broken. Who knows? It is now his duty to sort of at least make Felix answer the question in the next game.
the way Berrettini played that drop shot, I thought was a let. It was just so casual in the middle of the court, but
Yeah,
wins the point anyway.
not sure
It
what
was a good
Felix
enough
was
drop shot.
trying. Yeah.
This is the one phrase I hear so many times from commentators.
Uh-huh.
When I watch Medvedev, it didn't have to be that good. He was far behind the baseline. So um, okay, that was a bad miss. So 15 all.
Yeah, trying to slice their offensively approach, but just netted that shot. Another phrase regarding drop shots is always that the idea was good, but the execution was poor, or actually like the other way, where they just look at the drop shot and they're just saying that the idea itself was awful, even though it actually wasn't. It was just the execution that was poor. So most of the time, I think they just look at the results, and that's how they base. That's how they judge. Whether the moment for the drop shot was okay, which always kind of irritates me because it's clearly like two different things. But soon enough, the new wave of tennis commentary is going to be there, including ourselves, and we're going to change it all.
Oh, okay. Here we go. 2 set points for.
Oof. Yeah, Matteo will want to forget about this set probably.
Yep. It's been a pretty bad one. Felix would run with it though.
If he gets broken as well, Felix will start the deciding set, which gives him like a tiny advantage.
Nice to see a fellow ABBA fan here, as sparse as we are.
Honestly, it's like the one of the most popular bands in the world, right?
Yeah, definitely. But it's just I guess it's just a generational thing at this point.
Yeah, I
'Cause
suppose. Like,
I just grew up and I stuck with that. Grew up while listening at least English songs. A lot of ABBA, the Beatles. Okay, wait. um, Felix takes the second set, and we're all square.
Another
Yeah,
forehand error.
we'll get to bans in a minute, but
Yeah, definitely a set to forget for Berrettini.
yep.
And finally, Felix Auger-Aliassime wins a set for the first time since Wimbledon, and he
Yep.
does it in pretty convincing fashion, I guess. Although still, only a win, I think, would be really, really helpful for him at the moment.
Yep. That's true.
Manarino in the next round. That's nasty again. That's like a tricky opponent. I think a Felix Auger-Aliassime fan would potentially want him to play like the most like usual ball striker in the world. I don't know. Let's look at the lineup today. Maybe someone like I wanted to say Lajovic, but he actually lost to Lajovic this year already. But on hard courts, that would be good. Or like Sonego or Shevchenko. Like I think that would be something, just to help you get your baseline rhythm going. Whereas Manarino is kind of nasty, but of course it might still be Berrettini. But in this case, Manarino is still pretty unpleasant. Felix actually has not played Adrian Manarino yet. Berrettini has and lost to him in 3 sets, although that was 5 years ago. So
Yeah, long time ago. Considering how far he's come. How far Manarino has come too, because he won, I think, most of his titles since turning 30. So
yeah, I think when they played for the first time, he has, and he didn't have a single ATP Tour title, right? It's
yeah.
all 2019 and further. So yeah.
Mhm.
In his case, he's actually in the prime of his career at the moment.
Yeah.
So
35 years old. He's in the prime.
yeah, it's kind of funny, but it's actually true. I think when did he have that career high ranking? 2018. Okay, so around that
18.
time when he played Berrettini. Of course, he had many finals before finally winning a title. 6, in fact.
There are the stats. Like you mentioned, pretty forgettable set for Matteo, right? Good winners to unforced errors ratio from Felix. Not so good for Matteo. Yeah, broke twice, and I don't think Felix was made to do much really to get either of those breaks.
Berrettini winning
Almost.
just 11 out of 34 baseline rallies that he played in. That's pretty shocking as well.
Yep.
Just getting completely outplayed off the ground in this set, and some of that was Felix, but also the Berrettini forehand leaking. Actually, I would assume that it was more than like 8 unforced errors, probably.
Yeah.
It felt like more. Although at the same time, I just 8 games, so maybe it's actually fine. But even the last game, I think, had 3 or 4 from Berrettini.
We
Nurlan is
could,
also talking about
we've had a lot of repeat matches back to back tournaments. That's one thing I like. I do enjoy when like you have consecutive Masters events where you get some repeat matches. Like you got Alcaraz and Sinner twice in the Sunshine Double where Yannick got him back in Miami. Of course, even Felix and Cerundolo, where Cerundolo got his revenge in
3
Miami.
times this year already.
Right. And one was in the Australian Open where Felix beat him.
So what rematch forced you to go on this? To embark on this thought.
Right. So it was Musetti and Medvedev. They could play again.
Yeah, that's true.
Musetti plays Evans, but I expect him to beat Evans.
When you said that, I funnily enough instantly thought of Hynek Barton and Michał Mikuła, who will play each other for the second time in a row in a 25k round one. But I was assuming that that's not what you're referring to. But today I saw the draw for the Bielsko-Biała 25k ITF, and I just noticed that. And definitely Ghosty, Gimme 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 might be my favorite ABBA song, although maybe it's
That is a banger.
SOS. Maybe it's SOS
Oh yeah.
actually.
So
I
the
don't know.
first I don't want to call it an album, it was more of a compilation. So how I started listening to ABBA was to the ABBA Gold.
Yeah, the most famous
Some
compilation record in the
yeah,
world, probably.
yeah, it
Yeah.
is. So I didn't same with the Beatles. Like my first exposure to the Beatles was the one album, another compilation album. So I remember a few years ago, without realizing this, when people would ask me, "What's your favorite album?" I would mention these dates, are laughing at my face. Like that, those are not albums. But yeah, like the Gold, especially. Like I think the first one I listened to was "Money, Money, Money," and it was just before SOS. Um, and "Name of the Game" is also a song I really love. "Name of the Game" and "Thank You for the Music." "Gimme Gimme," of course, probably their best one.
Knowing Me, Knowing You is another one of my favorites, I
Yep.
guess. What else is there?
Anyway, back to the match. I guess ABBA talking about was more
Yeah,
interesting. And, just keep digressing so much. But anyway,
that's
15 love,
fine. That's fine.
Felix.
That always
Yeah, yeah,
happens when there's a lot of comments, basically. Like when there's
exactly.
a stream with just two people watching, then you
Hmm.
actually focus on the match. And then when there are 20 people in the chat and like 10 of
Yeah,
them are
and
commenting.
also one very important aspect, which is when the match is actually fun. So this this match, yeah,
Why
it's
isn't it
just been
fun though?
very.
I'll ask you this question. Why isn't it fun?
I don't know if I have a very straightforward answer, but
Okay.
it's just, yeah, well, although it's not seesawing or it's not like filled with comedy of just breaks of serve consecutively, it's just 3 to 4 shot rallies. And that's it. No interesting point construction, or there aren't any, rallies that keep you on the edge of the seat.
Did he
Uh,
make it, by the way?
I don't think so.
No, he didn't. Yeah, this would have been
Yeah.
like another one of these cracking forehands that Auger-Aliassime really needs right now, but he just misses
Yeah.
it wide apparently. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of play regarding whose backhand will break down first, and also who gets to the
Yeah.
inside out forehand first, which can be
Yep.
pretty interesting. But I also don't really have a straightforward answer, but I haven't been like grasped by this much either, like
Mhm.
grabbed by my attention is not really, as you can probably see, my attention is all over the place.
Yeah. You're not alone. So,
Yeah.
um,
Ooh, it's super makeable second serve return from Berrettini, and he doesn't do that 15-30 down.
by the way, Damien, I think you're frozen.
Am I? Yeah, it seems like I
Yeah.
am. I will try to do something about it.
Okay, it's 30 all here. Um, why isn't what fun? So Damien was asking me why isn't this match fun, because I mentioned to him that this match wasn't fun. Um, expected you. Damien is off row. What? Oh my god. Um, here's another comment about Okay, well, share my friend, if you know the monkeys. Oh yeah, along that vein, uh, there's one song, obviously the probably the most popular song from the Bee Gees that I really like, "Staying Alive." "Tragedy" is another pretty good one. Um, who do you think will be placed number 4? Least likely would be Steph because he's defending 600 points, 590, if you will, and he, unless he wins the title, he probably isn't. I'm going to go with Holger Rune just because I think Yannick will be tired from Toronto. Rublev or Rude, I don't see them putting together a pretty big run. So whoever's 4 right now on the live rankings and whoever has the better draw, Holger, I think he gets number 4. Let me see where the match is. Okay, it's a deuce. And Felix puts away the smash. Advantage. Yeah, he was pretty disappointing. Lost to Jerome, but kind of overlooked considering how pretty much all of the seeds, except for all of the top 10 seeds, felt like a stack of cards. Do we know Rune is first? It's either McDonald or Hanfman. I don't think they've played their match yet. Felix just held, and it's one love for him in the deciding set. Let me just pull up a stat right here, which I think is pretty interesting considering just showing the change in this match. Um, where is Damien? Did he leave for good? Cloud cover is back. It's not really good news. Um, yeah, Felix definitely been the better player since I would say 4-3 in the first set or 5-3 in the first set. He was knocking on the door, almost got the break back in the opening set. Berrettini held, but Felix sort of rode on that momentum and took the second, which was a quite forgettable set for Matteo, who's now 40-15 up on serve at love 1. Hmm. Uh, Berrettini just held now for 1-all. Hopefully Damien is back soon enough. And he's here.
Okay, I'm finally back after a long, hard-fought battle with the technology.
Yeah,
Straight...
and you came out on top, which is what we wanted. So there's that.
Yes,
You
finally.
didn't miss too much, I don't think. Felix is just about to serve 15 love, 1-all. Pretty straightforward for most parts, service holds from both players. Although Matteo struggled a bit, but anyway. Yeah, I was mentioning that since I would say 5-3 in the first set, it's been Felix who's the better player. He almost got the break back as well in the first set, but since then he has definitely been the better player, and Matteo was not up to the mark he would have wished.
Well, Nurlan, we just cannot really, answer every comment if there are so many of them. So, like, of course, sometimes something gets skipped. I think we didn't talk about Potapova out of your comments, playing Celine Nav. I was checking that scoreline when you said it, but sometimes some of the comments even aren't directed at us, right? Where is Lizard? I
Yeah,
have no clue what that comment was about. So that's why I didn't really talk about it, since I don't know
yeah. I mean,
which Lizard.
yeah. Where is
So yeah, just please don't take it personally. If something is skipped, then it was either just lost in the amount of comments, or simply we felt like it didn't really need an answer.
Yeah, okay, 30-all here for Felix. Kind of in a jam, but okay. Underturn serve 40-30.
That's the walrus, Coasty, but fair. Lots of musical references today on the stream.
Yeah. Is it raining? Yeah, I think they're pausing play.
No. I mean, yes, but no.
Oh no, they're not. Okay, yeah. Nacho.
Yeah, I mean,
Fork. Oh, they are. They are. They are.
yeah, he said
Players being
it's
halted for now. It's not
yeah.
suspended yet, but because the players are still on court, the umbrellas are up. Um,
Yeah, I think the procedure here is to wait until they're off the court, right? And then only if that happens, then we
yeah.
we go off stream, but so far no need to do that.
Oh yeah, I know one song that Sarah Smile. I really like it.
Hollow Notes, not the biggest fan, obviously they have some big hits like, what is it, like Man Eater, right?
I think Sarah Smile is also a pretty big hit.
Possibly, I'm not really sure if I know that. But yeah, no, I was never that big a fan. I also don't know, don't really know their discography other than the few hits. So
yeah, so for
I guess
me,
Out of
Bonnie M
Touch is
is
also
also a
theirs.
band that was pretty big on. Of course, I mean, pretty sure a lot of us here are aware of Bonnie M.
Yeah, but similarly to Hollow Notes, like I'm aware of the hits, but have I actually
Mhm.
listened to some Bonnie M records? Nah. But in terms of Bonnie M, I definitely feel like, I have this, I guess, prejudice in my mind that they probably wouldn't be interesting to listen to as like whole records. But
Mhm.
maybe that's not actually true. Maybe I would actually enjoy it. Who the hell knows? But I do
So
treat
people
them
are
like
actually
as
leaving
like,
the
oh yeah,
stadium.
the people are leaving the stadium. It might be that the players will be leaving too.
Could
I
be.
was just basically saying that I kind of treat Bonnie M as like the inferior ABBA. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Jordan Thompson
Was
is playing in Cincinnati, yes. He is playing John Isner, in fact, today. So that could be one of the more interesting matches, provided that we actually get play, because the forecast I heard, it's not great. I actually didn't check it myself. And only one match finished so far in Cincinnati, with Emil Russovori beating Corentin Moutet 6-4, 6-2. So I guess the new workout routine of Corentin Moutet was actually not
yeah. What
didn't
was
go
the
as
story?
planned.
Oh, okay. So did he switched to a single-handed backhand, right?
Oh, that's one thing, yeah. But today,
Mhm.
or like yesterday, he posted a photo of himself with like duct tape on his lips, and he said that it's the new Świątek practice workout routine.
Oh my,
But
it's
yeah,
quite the
he
character,
is
isn't it?
playing with one-handed backhand. Then, can any one of us from chat join the live stream and commentate along with you guys? Go to John with that. I mean, I'm pretty sure he could probably arrange a spot like this for you. At the moment, like this stream, probably not. But I'm talk to John and ask if he can do that thing for you. Of all the players on tour, which ones are most likely to be aliens wearing a human skin suit? Jesus. Adrian Manarino. We were just talking about him, but he has
Yeah.
an otherworldly quality. And like no one would be able to play with his string tension, right? And who doesn't, Max, when it comes to Sweet Caroline? Who doesn't? And yeah, Djokovic is also an answer, naturally. Medvedev could be an answer too. He
Yep.
does present otherworldly qualities too. Extraterrestrial powers and
Yeah.
abilities.
Yeah. I mean, Medvedev especially, he defies all laws of human biology. Someone who's of his stature, as tall as he is, should, you wouldn't expect him to play or accomplish as much as he has accomplished, and yet, um, you know, it's kind of insane, and it's kind of inspiring too, because if you were to date back a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
um, it was around 2017, 18, where 18 especially, where his contemporaries Zverev and Tsitsipas were up rising up the ranks. Zverev had already won, 3 Masters titles. Tsitsipas obviously also, breaking through, uh, making it big in the slams, making Masters finals. And no one really spoke about Medvedev as much as the future of men's tennis, especially as opposed to these two. And then, what happened since 2019 was just amazing. It started from, I want to say, the US Open series since Washington, even US Open, the final. What should have been a straight sets blowout ended up being an epic five setter. Won couple of Masters events. The year after, he won the ATP finals, and then everything just started to accumulate. He became a Grand Slam champion. He's won now 6 of the 9 Masters events, pretty much, and barring 2, he's won every big title on hard courts, and he's been world number 1. Quite an illustrious career, people would say, objectively.
Yeah, and as someone here, sorry, as as Osaka is saying, the doubles match. No, not the doubles match. The of course, Venus Williams playing Kudermetova has continued, and actually, I think Naev against Potapova. So the
So I
match
think
that
the players are coming back. Or?
yeah, I think that the match that Nurlan was talking about earlier has also continued. So they're actually playing, it seems, on every court but this one right now. But they should be back in a second. Yeah. So we are not going away yet. Hopefully not before the end of this match. I mean, at some point we will. At some point we will go away.
Exactly.
It's just whether it's going to be a rain delay or the end of the match. Hopefully the latter.
Okay, yeah, they're back, and Felix is just about to serve. Misses the first serve out wide. Okay. And forehand, I want to say inside in winner from Felix, and he is 2-1 in this deciding set. I get your question in a second, Ghosty. How did the how did the UAE authorities respond to your letter requesting they name every layered. I haven't made a request like that yet for the moment. So when I do, I'll let you know.
This is kind of neither here nor there, but I actually heard a phenomenal story recently. Because in Poland we have this tournament in Łódź. It was an ITF 15K, now it's a 25K, and it's sponsored by a kebab shop, which is actually one of the biggest kebab shops in Poland. And one of course, one of the owners shows up for the trophy ceremonies. And in 2021, Maciej Rajski won it. And then when he was trying to go over to the States, he has his girlfriend there, and like he played a lot of UTRs in the States, also some ITFs. They showed like at the visa whatever hearing or however you want to call it, they showed him the photo from this trophy ceremony at Łódź, and they're like, how do you know this guy? Because the owner of the kebab shop is Arabic or just from that race. And yeah, they were actually asking him, how do you know this guy? So because of winning a 15K in which he almost didn't go to the States, but of course he was able to clear this up very quickly.
Right. Is this the fastest score on tour? I think it's Turin for sure.
Yeah, ATP Tour top 5, probably. But
yeah, top 5. But Turin is by far the fastest. I haven't seen a court faster than Turin, really.
Dubai as well, right? I know that's not why Ghosty mentioned it, but Dubai is also there. Atlanta, I think, is there as well right now. Turin would be the fastest. Basel maybe, out of the indoor events other than Turin, probably the fastest one too. But yeah, somewhere along these lines, you would probably.
Yeah, I mean, Turin is so fast that players trading breaks of serve is so rare to see. We've barely seen that in the last two editions. From at least what I've watched, like this, most of the matches didn't have break backs, if you will. Um, that just, I mean, what do you say for this?
I don't know, but we will have China back on tour, right? And Shanghai, I
Yeah,
think, was
we
also
will.
pretty fast, so maybe it has to join the conversation as well.
Yeah, it was fast. It was the fastest during its time. I mean, I still remember the 2014 semi-final between Novak and Roger.
Yeah,
Okay,
35
Berrettini's
net
just helpful now.
approaches.
Yeah, and that was, I don't know. I still sort of am conflicted as to how I felt about that match. I'm like, okay, look, the guy is just too good, but at the same time, it's just disappointing to lose when, without even having any say in the match. Was kind of similar to the Shanghai match in 2014. No, 2012. This was 2010. Sorry, this was 2014.
Yeah.
In 2010, when I right after Novak beat Federer at the U.S. Open, and Federer beat Djokovic thrice that season after. Um,
Quarterfinals, Shanghai and
was the Basel final as well.
Basel. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's when it was a 3-set, and Novak was unbeaten in Basel at the time. He made his debut in 2009. He beat Federer in the final. It was called the Davidoff Swiss Indoors. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
I think you are.
And yeah, and I remember, Djokovic sort of like handed the mic to Federer, like sort of in a way that to suggest that he's interviewing him. They were still frosty with each other at the time. They were not really on good terms. And we are all aware of that infamous press conference of Roger, um, after that U.S. Open semis in 2011. But
Yeah, not
again,
not my proudest moment as a Federer fan, I have to say.
right? Yeah, well, bygones anyway.
No,
I do
it's
think that
like
was
probably 5 or something occasions where he didn't really act with a lot of class, but yeah, that was one of the worst ones for sure.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was at a stage where, there's some players and some matches that he didn't take the loss as well. And there was some, I did read that he was not too warm towards Murray either, because Murray also was one of, I think he beat Federer twice or thrice in 2006. I know
Yeah,
Nadal
like
beat Federer
initially Murray had a great head-to-head record against Roger,
was
right? It was
6-2
just
at
like
one point, I
yeah,
remember.
6-2, then like 9-6 or something. Like at
Yeah,
first,
and then
it
and
was
then
just the
6
last few years of their rivalry that
6 and 11-8, and then from there Federer won
yeah.
6 in a row, didn't drop a set, right? It would have been strange if Federer retired with a losing head-to-head against all three of them. Really wouldn't have sat
Yeah.
well. But okay, Felix is just held. It's only a matter of time now in this set as to who's going to blink, because both players are looking pretty good on serve.
Now we're just like these TV commentators, who that whatever match
Aggressive.
they're talking about, they instantly start the big four, the big three talk, and they're like Federer
Exactly.
did this, Federer did that, Djokovic did that in
Yeah.
that year.
Especially
Uh,
Robbie Koenig's favorite point of digression is, the only few players who have beaten all of the big four. Why don't you name them?
yeah,
Almost every single match he names that.
yeah, the quizzes, yeah, that's another part of it. Like how many, only 2 players beat Federer from 2 sets and 2 sets to love down. Can you name them? And the other
Mm,
commentator is like, maybe this one, maybe this one. I'm actually not sure if it's just 2. I just
It's 3. It's Songa,
gave you the
Djokovic, and
number.
Anderson.
Oh, obviously Djokovic was the one I forgot. I was just
I thought
thinking of
Anderson
Tsonga
was
and
the one you
Anderson.
forgot, which,
No,
I
I
mean, that
was
was
just
a
thinking of
forgettable.
Tsonga and Anderson actually.
Mm.
So yeah.
Both Wimbledon quarterfinals. It's kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
insane.
Tsonga and Anderson. Yeah. So yeah, that apparently we are not better than the TV commentators. We actually fall into the same traps.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when it's pardonable during such matches, but TV commentators tend to do that in some interest. I mean, it was Bublik and Rublev in Wimbledon, and they still managed to somehow. Okay, here's a
Yeah,
question.
it's also a very different type of commentary, right? Like we talk during the points, we talk as if you guys didn't see the screen.
Yeah, we talk to
S-
people in the comments. It's not really a
yeah,
concept that exists.
yeah.
Hey, how much is the big three marketing? Although, yeah, I mean, it's the most used term really. Anyone we it's come to a point where we fail to appreciate players just because we also at the back of our minds think, oh yeah, well they are big three level though. But the sooner we accept that the big three are the exception and not the norm at all, the better for us, really.
Yeah, and like big free should not be a term that's thrown around, and just said that I don't know, Alcaraz, Runa, and Sinner, let's say in 2 years, are going to be great, are going to be the top three in the world. They shouldn't be
Yeah.
called like the big three. The big three was the big three, or Świątek, Rybakina, Sabalenka. They're also like not the big three, but that's in that way. I think it is a market. It is a marketing tool that right now
Yeah,
people
they try
use.
to make analogous terms, and
Yeah.
not to mention when Novak, Carlos, and Daniil were in the top three. I mean, that was the top three, and it has been for a while now. Eurosport put out that pretty infamous graphic. Is this the new big three?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but again, just or was it Sinner? Sorry, it was Sinner, Alcaraz, and Medvedev. Yeah.
Pardonable, use that word. That it went over my head, but yeah, indeed, that's quite a one, quite an interesting one. I don't think I've ever
Yeah.
even heard it. I
I
can get from the context what it means, but
Yeah, it
uh,
is a word actually. So
oh, not even from the
I was
context,
using
I
it
guess.
just casually, and
Just from how it's built, I guess. But yeah,
yeah,
I've never really seen it in use, I think, before.
right. Um, Sort of irks me the new guys.
Uh,
It's very interesting that you put Lehechka, Feast, and Shelton in that.
Bold
Yeah,
stuff. Good job. Good job. Majedovic, Kazol. Let's keep going. But now, I guess all of these
yeah.
guys, well, these guys have to face something, yeah, some pressure, I guess, some expectations, and like etc. But at the same time, you also have the lost generation, as some people call them, right?
Mhm.
They also,
Yeah,
they also
lost
had.
Gen Nishikori, Raonic, and Dimitrov.
Yeah, and then before that, of course, that Tsongas, Berdicks, and Ferrers, and all of these
Yeah,
guys basically struggled with the big three,
Felix,
and
by
it's
the way, just set
Mhm.
up a break point with a beautiful forehand inside in winner.
Oh yeah, I just saw that, and
Yeah,
it's kind of funny that this keeps going, right? That even while
Shevchenko. Okay,
two of the
that's
big three is not playing anymore, we still have
Yeah, and also I think
we still have them.
where it finally changed, you had these trios of four players who, or you always felt like they're the ones who to try and thwart the big three. You had the small four, then Delpo, Berdych, Songa, Ferrer. Then came Nishikori, Raonic, and Dimitrov.
Dimitrov.
Whatever reasons, they were up and down injury. Dimitrov was just mercurial anyway, just unpredictable. Nishikori, when he was healthy, I would give it to him that he was still very consistent, a lot more consistent than the other two, his two
Ooh,
contemporaries.
and Matteo breaks himself with a double
Oh,
fault.
oof. Okay.
Alex
And they just
Michelson shout out as well from Elena. Yeah, Berrettini breaks himself, so now very very close to that premier win since Lyon.
Yeah. And again, this would mean quite a lot for Felix. Um, what if? I mean, we've also Monfils. I don't think so. Monfils would be.
Apparently, Pegula in like I don't know what it is, like a press conference or something in Cincinnati, said that everyone is calling her Cotton Eye Jess. Yeah, the impact of that is long lasting. The score, well, we can put it on the screen if you want to.
Yeah, we could.
Is
Let me
Monfils
just
part of the
remove this
lost
banner here.
generation? Monfils is probably like earlier than that, even, right? Maybe.
I'm just gonna annoy Damien and just
Absolutely, yeah. X. Sure,
It's kind of, I mean,
guys.
X
DM us on
takes me back
X.
to 2017 when the iPhone X or iPhone 10 obviously was in Roman numerals release, and everyone was like iPhone X, and then it just kind of irked. But I mean, it obviously went away when Apple decided to just put actual numbers, so no one makes that mistake. Felix held pretty quickly after breaking, so he's a game away now. It's interesting, but again, like you mentioned, Manarino would be the worst kind of matchup. But again, do I think Manarino will be a nightmare matchup? Maybe not, because Felix is someone he's a player who he can play on his terms. He can play well enough to not be pushed around by Manarino, like say someone like Medvedev is. That's what I personally think. But anyway, we'll see. Manarino beat Gasquet yesterday, didn't he? So Felix, I bet is serving to stay in the match.
Yeah, was just preparing an X, I suppose I have to say now. Have you ever listened to Not Overthinking podcast? Is it like the most famous podcast that I've heard about when it comes to overthinking? I'm not sure, but because I've heard about a podcast really dedicated to this. It actually could be helpful for me, but no, I've not listened to it. Hmm. 13K followers on Twitter, so that's pretty popular, I suppose. Oh, and one of the hosts has 300,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ali. Yeah, I've heard a bit of Ali Abdal, and Not a big fan. I'll just leave it at that. Cora might be considered. Okay, wait. I want to read this. Cora might be considered part of the loss because. What? That escalated. Okay, now Felix is serving for the match in what could be his first win period since Lyon, and what would be also a pretty big win, all things considered. Maybe the win that gets him going at last this season, but I'm just gonna have my reservations about that. Forehand goes long from Berrettini, so it's 15 love. That helps. Oh, by the way, there's another stream coming up on Talking Tennis. So watch along, if you will. Korda and Chorich. Not sure who it'll be for that one.
Yeah, is it because I think initially it was supposed to be me, but then with the rain delays, I had to change my plans.
Fair enough.
But maybe John has someone else for it. I hope so.
30 love, and Felix is 2 points away. Okay, second serve. Yeah, I would agree. There's a good chance to gain some of the points for if he does lose early at the US Open. And just like that, 3 match points for Felix. And Berrettini sort of just faded away completely since that opening set. Not been the same player at all. A lot of errors. Double faults at crucial moments also. And this would be a win that Felix has craved for a while now. Oh, and he has one. Okay. It's game, set, and match. Felix Auger-Aliassime.
Yeah, I mean it's even hard to.
Arms aloft for Felix. Bright smile. Win clearly means a lot. Like
It's
we
even
were
pretty hard to
mentioning.
find some words here because it was a fine win for Auger-Aliassime, I guess, and I guess he was more confident than in the previous matches. I
Yep.
guess that just the main benefit is that he will get more match practice out of this.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. He plays Manarino next.
Yeah, maybe not exactly the best opponent when you want to look for match practice, but
Yeah, that's true. Here's a comment. Yeah, appreciate it. I think it's just the second time me and Damien on the or third time. I think, yeah, we did do ATP Weekly once.
Yeah, and didn't we do some? Oh, maybe it was at the ATP Weekly when we did a draw preview of Wimbledon.
Yeah, it was a
That
Wimbledon.
was an ATP Weekly. Okay.
Yeah, Wimbledon, and then there was another watch along. It was briefly, I think.
Okay.
It was you, me, and Yakub as well. I was producing that. Um, so yeah. Anyway, thanks for joining us. It was a pleasure taking our viewers through this match with you, Damien. Of course.
Yeah.
It was quite
Same.
interesting talking about music for a while. We covered a wide range of topics. We went back to John's age as always, and then yeah. So we did talk about quite a bit, along with the match as well, in and out, I guess. But yeah. Um, well, I'll see you soon. Thanks for joining.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Yep.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.